Hello everybody, very good morning and a very warm welcome to this free ISO 50001 Energy Management System Internal Auditor training. And our tagline for this training program is Get Internal Auditor Certified on Energy Management Systems. This training is powered by Quality Asia Certifications Private Limited. So talking about the structure of this course, we'll be starting with the introduction, followed by the revision and history of the standard. We'll learn some important concepts. We'll go on from clause 1 to 4, learning about the structure, scope, definition, context of the organization, followed by clause 5 leadership, followed by clause 6 planning, then clause 7 support, clause 8 operation, clause 9 performance evaluation, clause 10 improvement, and then we'll talk about impact on organization and auditors, and then finally we'll talk about internal auditing. This is a brief structure of this course. It's a one-day training program, so we'll be tuned on this training program till the evening, and we'll be learning a lot of concepts, right? So objectives of this course. So main objectives of this course are: A, to gain comprehensive understanding and requirements of the ISO 50001 2018 Energy Management System EnMS standard, learn how to plan, conduct and report internal audits, understand how to verify compliance with ISO 50001 2018 requirements, and foster a culture of energy responsibility within the organization through effective communication and audit practices. Outcomes of this course will be to gain a solid understanding of 50001 requirements and its practical application, develop the ability to plan, conduct and report effective internal audits for energy management systems, identify opportunities for energy performance improvement and ensure compliance with regulatory requirements, enhance skills to support the organization's continuous energy management improvement efforts, contribute to the organization's readiness for external audits, and 50001 certification. Benefits of implementing ISO 50001 2018 in the organization. So this framework is systematically managing energy performances, reduce energy costs, demonstrated commitment to sustainability, ensured compliances with energy regulations, increased organizational resilience, continual improvement of energy performance, gaining a competitive advantage, trust of internal and external stakeholders, and improved reputation with the stakeholders. And benefits for professionals getting certified for this ISO 50001 2018 internal auditor program. So gain in-depth knowledge on the standard, enabling you to assess and improve energy performance efficiently, develop expertise in conducting internal audits, identifying energy inefficiencies, and ensuring compliance with the standards, help organizations achieve their energy objectives, reduce energy costs, and enhance sustainability initiatives. Certification enhances your marketability, demonstrating your competence in energy management and auditing. That means more career opportunities for you. Open pathways for roles in energy auditing, sustainability, and management system consultancy, and play a crucial role in supporting organizations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and achieve energy efficiency. Introduction about the trainer. So this training will be done by Mr. Atul Suri. He's a BE Electrical and an MBA. He's a certified lead auditor for ISO 9001, 14001, 45001, 50001, 22,000, 27,001, 13485, and 26,000. He's a BE certified energy auditor, CEA. Professional experience, 30 plus years in industry with a strong foundation in engineering and management, and 20 plus years as a seasoned management system auditor and trainer, delivering expertise across multiple sectors. Worked with various top-notch certification bodies as a lead auditor and reviewer like Quality Asia, Intertech, Apave, Moody, International, IRQS, etc. So welcome, Mr. Atul Suri, and thank you very much for gracing this training program with your presence. About our company, Quality Asia. So our mission is to empower organizations with world-class quality standards and sustainable practices. Our vision is to be the leading provider of quality assurance and certification solutions in India. We are NABCB accredited, that is National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies, which means that our certifications are internationally recognized. We are committed to providing 100% ethical and audit-based services, ensuring transparency and integrity in every certification that we issue. We have comprehensive expertise in various standards such as 9, 14, 45, and moreover, offering a spectrum of certification services tailored to your organization's need. Free ISO 9001 internal audit training. So we empower your team with a free training, helping you build internal expertise and maintain compliance with international standards. A global reach with a local touch, serving clients across multiple Indian cities and international locations. We combine global expertise with personalized local service. And our commitment to excellence is our mission is to support businesses in achieving and maintaining their certifications, unlocking new opportunities, and improving operational efficiency. And about this free live internal auditor training program, so it's a monthly training program. We offer focused training sessions on different ISO standards each month, ensuring continuous learning and up-to-date knowledge for your team. Flexible learning option. So if you miss the session, there's no problem. Our training programs are available for later viewing through the Quality Asia School on our website, allowing you to learn at your own pace. Just log on to Quality Asia School. So Mr. Praveen Singh Negi will be, guiding you through this Quality Asia School page, and after the training program. And our mission is, we are dedicated to increasing awareness about ISO standards and enhancing internal auditor competence. Our goal is to uplift the industry operational standards by empowering professionals with the knowledge and skills they need to drive excellence in the organizations. So with this, I hand over to Mr. Atul Suri. So I'll just stop sharing my slide desk, and I'll ask Atul sir to please take over this training program from here. So over to Atul Suri sir.
So hello and good morning to all. Okay, so now we are talking about, because see, most of you must have attended our earlier sessions also, where we discussed about the requirements of ISO 9001, that is Quality Management System Standard, ISO 14001, which is Environmental Management System Standard, and ISO 45001, which is Occupational Health and Safety Management System Standard. So now we are discussing a very useful topic for the industry, that is energy management, because we all understand for running an industry or an organization, energy is required, but that energy has to be efficiently managed also, so that we can keep our overall energy bill in check. And there are some good industry practices that we need to follow. So this ISO 50001 energy management system is basically based on those good practices which are desired from the industry, so that we can manage the energy expenditure also, and at the same time we can contribute our bit uh, for the climate also. So basically, this energy management system involves systematic optimization of energy use within an organization. An organization can be of any type. It can be a manufacturing industry, it can be a software industry, it can be a hospital, school, college, anything. Any organization can use energy management system for systematically optimizing the use of energy within the organization. So the basic objective of this energy management is reducing the energy consumption, improving overall efficiency, and ultimately minimizing the cost. Because for being competitive, you require a very efficient working system. So effective energy management contributes to environmental sustainability by lowering greenhouse gas emissions also. Now, effective energy management system is very important because see, as per the latest amendment in all the management system standards, so organizations have to address climate change also. So one of the ways of addressing climate change in the management system is by effective control of energy. So effective energy management contributes to environmental sustainability by lowering greenhouse gas emissions also. Next, so like other international standards, ISO 50001 is also an international standard, and the objective of this standard is it defines the requirements for energy management systems. So we call it as ENMS, and it is applicable for any organization. As we discussed, school, college, hospital, industry, IT company, hotels, all sorts of industries. So basically, any organization can implement ISO 50001. Next. So why do we require energy management system? So very important objective of energy management system is reducing the energy cost. So that means following the good practices so that we can optimize energy consumption, which ultimately leads to significant energy savings, cost savings, and ultimately improves the financial performance of the organization. So as per as per the data available, if you effectively implement energy management system in your organization, so very easily 5 to 10% energy saving cost, depending upon the setup and depending upon the other things also, but 5 to 10% energy cost can be easily saved per annum. So other objective of energy management is improving energy efficiency. So basically, once you implement energy management system based on ISO 50001, you establish systems to monitor, measure, enhance the energy performance across all operations of the organization. Then ultimately, we are in minimizing environmental impact also, because if the energy demand is reduced, if we are efficiently using energy, so what it will do is it will have an impact on the environment also. So that will help in reducing greenhouse gases emissions and other environmental impacts, thereby supporting global support sustainability initiatives. And then there are legal and regulatory compliances also. So as in India, we have got Energy Conservation Act, and based on that, energy conservation rules also have been made. So this helps in ensuring legal and regulatory compliance also, and avoids penalty and enhancing the operational reliability. And ultimately enhances the organizational reputation also, because any management system you implement or the organization implements, overall organization performance is enhanced. So this demonstrates commitment to sustainable practices, building trust with the stakeholders, and improving public perception about the organization. And then this standard can be aligned with other management system standards also, like ISO 9001, 14001, or for that matter, integrated management system. Any management system you are implementing in the organization, this ISO 50000 standard can also be aligned with that. So the objective of ISO 50001 certification is to establish a framework for energy efficiency and continuous improvement. So continuous improvement is objective of all management system standards. So likewise, it is an objective for ISO 50001 also. So this ISO 50001 implementation helps the organization to optimize the use of energy and reduce their energy costs, meet energy related legal and regulatory requirements. As I said, Energy Conservation Act, and based on that, certain rules are also made. So that we will discuss in the subsequent slides. And also this demonstrates commitment of the organizations towards sustainability and environmental responsibility, because lower energy costs or lower energy consumption means lower burden on the power plants and thus more efficiency. And this ISO 50001 also promotes an energy conscious or energy saving culture within the organization, and it supports efforts to meet global energy and climate goals. Next slide, please. So like other management system standards, this standard also has a history, although this particular standard is not very old. It was first published in the year 2011, and the revision has come in 2018. So basically, this has been aligned with the high level structures. So high level structure we have already discussed in our previous training programs. What is high level structure? High level structure means all management system standards, basically they follow a certain pattern. So there are total 10 clauses, clause number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, with implementable clauses, clause number 4 to 10. So all management system standards like 9001, 14001, 45,001, 22,000, 27,001, 55,000. All standards are based on a high level structure. So that high level structure helps you in implementation of integrated management system. So when this ISO 50001 standard was revised in 2018, so this was also aligned with that high level structure. That means this standard also has got total 10 clauses with implementable clauses, clause number 4 to 10. And this standard basically can integrate with other management system standards like 9001, 14001, 45,001, or any other management system standard being implemented by the organization based on the high level structure. Yeah, next. So what is energy management system? It is again like other management system standards. It is also a set of interrelated or interacting elements of the organization. So basically, objective is to establish policies, objectives, and various processes within the organization to achieve these objectives with focus on energy management. So energy management system is a management system which enables an organization to establish, implement, maintain, and improve energy performance. So the key word here is energy performance improvement. That includes energy usage, energy efficiency, and energy consumption while achieving energy objectives. So like in other management systems, you set objectives. Like in 9001, you set quality objectives. Like in 9001, you make quality objectives. ISO 14001, you make environmental objectives. Other standards also you make respective standard objectives. So likewise, here you make objectives for performance improvement related to energy consumption. Yeah, next. So as I said, this standard is also based on high level structure. So total there are 10 clauses with implementable clauses, clause number 4 to 10. So clause number 1 talks about the scope, then 2 gives some references, 3 gives some terms and definitions, and implementable clauses, that is the requirement of an environmental, the requirements of energy management system are defined and addressed in clause number 4 to 10. 4 is context of the organization, 5 is leadership, 6 is planning, 7 is support, 8 is operation, 9 is performance evaluation, and 10 is improvement. Next. So like other management system standards, this standard is also based on PDCA cycle, that is plan, do, check, and act. So what is planning? In context of 50,001, planning is understanding the context of the organization, establishing an energy policy, establishing an energy management team, which is ultimately responsible for implementation of ISO 50001 in the organization. Again, like other management system standards, considering actions to address risk and opportunities. So energy management system also offers risk and opportunities. Then very important exercise of this particular standard is conduct an energy review. Energy review means what is the requirement of energy within the organization? What are the basically devices or equipment which are energy guzzlers or which are drawing more energy? So review their performance. Conduct an energy review. You can also equate energy review with an energy audit. Although the standard uses the terminology and energy review, but energy review is basically energy audit. So basically you audit your equipment which are drawing energy, you monitor their performance, and then you identify areas for improvement. So based on the energy review, identify significant energy uses and then establish energy performance indicators. Like in other standards, you are defining and maintaining and monitoring key performance indicators. So here the performance indicators are your energy performance indicators. So you establish energy performance indicators, energy baseline. Baseline is the basic line with respect to which you conduct your reviews, energy objectives, energy targets, and action plans which are required to deliver the results that will improve energy performance in accordance with the organization's energy policy. So like all other management system standard, this is also based on PDCA. So which P is very important. I will repeat P once again. Understand the context of the organization, establish an energy policy, establish an energy management team, consider the actions based on the risk and opportunities. So energy management system also talks about risk and opportunities. Then conduct an energy review, basically a sort of, it is not exactly energy audit, not a mandatory part energy audit, because it depends on the size of the organization, but you can consider, you can equate it with the energy audit also. Conduct an energy review. Review is basically reviewing the performance. Based on the energy review, you identify significant energy users within the organization, equipment, and establish their energy performance indicators. Then establish energy baseline, energy objectives, energy targets, and make action plans which are required to deliver results which will ultimately improve energy performance in accordance with the organization's energy policy. So we'll discuss in details with respect to the applicability for various kind of industries, electrical, mechanical, boiler, furnace, etc., etc. And ultimately, planning part is more important, very important. So next thing is do execution. So implement the action plans, then implement your operational controls, maintenance controls, communication, ensure the competence of the team, management team, which is responsible for implementing energy management system. Consider energy performance in design activity, design and development of products and services, and your procurement processes. Then check. PDCA का next point is check, monitor, measure, analyze, evaluate, audit and conduct management review of energy performance and the energy management system. And finally, take action based on the non-conformities and any improvement opportunities so that your overall objective of energy performance improvement and effectiveness of environmental management system is achieved. So this standard is based on PDCA, plan, do, check, and act. just like other management systems. Next. So this PDCA cycle has been explained through various clauses also. So these are all various clauses. Context of the organization, which talks about internal and external issues, need and expectation of interested parties, scope of the environmental management system. And then these are different clauses, requirements, planning, leadership, planning, support, performance evaluation, and improvement, which ultimately leads to the intended outcome of energy management system. Next. So there are some key terminologies which are used in ISO 50001 standard. So what is energy? Measurable quantity of heat, electricity. It is not only the electricity which is energy. Basically, you use various forms of energy within the organization. So measurable quantities of heat, electricity, fuel, or some other form of power which is used by the industry for various organizational processes. Examples are electricity, steam, fuels, heat, compressed air. So it is not only electricity which is energy. Another forms of energy are, another example of energy which is used in industry widely is, we are using steam also. We are using steam also, we are using fuels also, we are using heat also for the processes, and we are also using compressed air. Next. So energy policy, like in other management system standards, you are making policy, you are making quality policy in 9001, you are making environmental policy in 14001, you are making occupational health and safety policy in 45001, you are making information security policy in 27001, you are making food safety policy in ISO 22000. So likewise, there is energy policy also, which is a requirement of ISO 50001 standard. So this is a formal statement by approved by the top management of the organization, so which outlines organization's commitment for improving the energy performance. Next, energy use. So the energy we have identified: electricity, steam, fuels, heat, compressed air. So how we use that energy that is used within the organization? For example, electricity is used for running electrical furnace or lighting or heating or running air conditioners. And what is energy consumption? Energy consumption is the amount of energy which is used over a period of time. जैसे आप घर में भी आपको इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का बिल आता है, so that is also based on your energy consumption. So the example is total kilowatt hour used in a month, the specific amount of energy which is used over a specific period of time. Next. So energy baseline also. So when you compare energy, so you require a reference point also for comparing energy performance over a period of time. So it represents the energy consumption under specified conditions. For example, your electricity bill, let us say there is some change in tariff from electricity board. So even though your energy consumption has not increased, but your electricity bill will increase. So what baseline you use? Normally you use baseline of how much kilowatt hour or kVA consumption has been done. kVA has been done. Next. So energy performance is overall performance energy efficiency monitoring. So measurable results related to energy efficiency, energy use, and energy consumption ultimately results in energy performance. For example, you make a target of reduction in energy consumption or increase in energy efficiency. So that is the energy performance. So any metrics you are improving, likewise, it gives you a target for energy performance also. Next, energy performance indicator. A quantifiable metric or value used to measure energy performance. For example, kilowatt hour per unit of production. Industry mein, how will you measure energy performance? So what you do is, say for per lakh rupees production or per unit of production or volume production. So you make some indicator. So much, so much amount of energy is required for production of so much number of pieces or so much value of production. So that becomes an energy performance indicator. So just like any other objective, you make energy objective also. A specific result or target set by an organization for energy performance improvement For example, when you target, let us say, reducing energy consumption by 5% or 10% every year. So that is an example of energy objective, energy review. So just like other reviews, you need to review the performance of energy also in your organization. So energy review is a systematic analysis of energy use and consumption to identify opportunities for improving energy performance. So as I said, you can also compare energy review with the energy audit. A systematic analysis of energy use and consumption with an objective of identifying the opportunities for improving energy performance is known as energy review. Though nowhere in the standard uh, 50,001, the standard uses the word energy audit, but you can compare energy review with energy audit also, because big organizations, they are doing energy audit every year, and based on the energy audit, they are identifying improvement activities, and based on those improvement activities, they have implementation budgets also. So the overall objective is improving the energy performance. So this includes identification of significant energy usage and areas for improvement. Significant energy use. अब जब आप energy use identify करते हो users of using equipment which are using energy, so you always identify which equipment are using more energy. So significant energy is energy use that accounts for substantial energy consumption or offers significant potential for energy performance improvement. For example, in a manufacturing plant or a chemical processing plant or say steel plant, you have got hundreds of energy motors, electrical motors. So when you're doing energy audit or energy review, normally we consider very high rating motors only. Let us say, for example, 50 kilowatt or 100 kilowatt motor, because otherwise there are hundreds of motors which are, say, let us say 1 kilowatt, 2 kilowatt also. But for monitoring efficiency of each and every rating or low rating of energy motors, it becomes a very tough thing, very difficult thing, and very time consuming also. So we always focus on those equipment or say higher rated motors which draw more energy, because there is more potential for saving of energy. So energy use that accounts for substantial energy consumption or offers significant potential for energy performance improvement is basically the identification of significant energy use. Energy efficiency. The ratio or qualitative relationship between output performance and energy input is known as energy efficiency. For example, producing more output with the same or less energy input is energy input, because the overall objective of this ISO 50001 certification or implementation is to improve overall energy efficiency usage within the organization. So this is the definition of energy efficiency: ratio or qualitative relationship between output performance and energy input. Improvement in energy performance. A measurable enhancement in energy efficiency, energy use, or energy consumption compared to the energy baseline is known as improvement in energy performance. Next.
Yes, Sagar, taking over from. Thank you, Atul sir. Good morning, all attendees. So this is a workshop. Okay. So Sagar, please share the barcode and also share the link in the chat box. Yes, attendees. Basically, this is a workshop, right? And you have to submit your responses for this question is. You will be having 5 questions. Sagar, kindly share the screen.
Yes, I'm
please.
pasting the link.
So these trainings are provided to make these trainings interactive, right? Kindly participate actively.
Screen visible?
Yes, Sagar, it is visible. You can access the barcode and you can submit your responses from the mobile phone also. We will wait for a few responses to come and then we will go with the stats. Sagar, have you shared a link in the chat box?
Yes.
Great, Mr. Akhtar already submitted. Tarunji, kindly share the QR code. Tarunji, you can access QR code from the screen. Sagar has already shared. Sagar, once you receive the responses, please let me know.
Yes, we are on to 9 responses.
Okay, we will wait for 15 and 20 to come. I request all attendees to submit their responses for these workshops. Mr. Manpreet Singh, error occurred. Mr. Manpreet Singh, you can access the barcode if you are having facing issues from the link. Sunil Sharma already submitted. Manpreet ji, link is not working, so you can access the barcode that Mr. Sagar has shared. Mr. Ahmed Iyaz already submitted. Pradeep
Yes,
Das
we
ji
can
done.
start. I think 24 responses are there. 57 people are there.
Okay, so
So half of it
Sagar,
has been.
kindly remove the barcode. Yes. So we have received 24 responses, right? So so first question for the workshop is what is the primary objective of ISO 50001 2018 standard, right? And the correct answer is to improve the energy performance. And out of 24 responses, 95% responses are the correct one. Congratulations to all. Sagar, can we proceed to next question? Thank you. Next question is which of the following is key feature of ISO 50001 2018? And we have received 25 questions. Yes, we are receiving more answers as well. So 100% responses are correct. And the correct answer is promoting energy efficiency and continual improvement. Congratulations to all participants. Sagar, can we proceed to next question? The third question is ISO 50001 2018 applies to, and the correct answer is organization of all sizes and sectors. And out of 26 responses, we are having 100% responses correct. So again, congratulations to all dear participant who has actively submitted their responses. Sagar, please proceed to next question. Next question is which of the which management system model is ISO 50001 2018 based on? And the correct answer is PDCA, Plan, Do, Check, Act. And out of 26 responses, 100% responses are correct. Again, congratulations to all. Sagar, can we move on to next question? Thank you. What is the role of the energy management system is in an organization? And the correct answer for this question to optimize energy use and reduce consumption. And we are receiving 100% responses are correct. So this shows that you are very much actively participating and your answers are pretty much correct. Thank you, participants. Thank you, Sagar. You can share the training PPT. I request Atul sir to resume the training.
Okay, as I said, this standard also has got 7 main implementable clauses starting from clause 4. So here also clause 4 is context of the organization. So 4.1 is understanding the organization and its context. 4.2 is understanding need and expectations of interested parties. 4.3 is defining the scope of the energy management system. And 4.4 is energy management system. Next.
Hello.
So context of the organization. Again,
जी
you have got
जी गुड मॉर्निंग कैसे हैं सर? अच्छा
mute.
ओके नाउ आप इन है ना, मैं आपके मैसेज भी देख रहा था चैट बॉक्स में.
Negi sir, please mute yourself.
So 4.1 is context of the organization. So here we talk about internal and external issues which are relevant to the purpose and that affect the ability to achieve intended outcome of energy management system and improve its performance. So like any other management system, here also external and internal issues are there. So here also we can use any methodology for determining external and internal issues, but normally the terminology methodology which we use is for external we consider the PESTEL, that is political, economical, social, technological, environment and legal issues concerning the respective management system. And for internal issues we consider the SWOT analysis, strength, weaknesses, opportunities and threat. Yeah, next please. So internal issues and external issues. So external issues can be identified through natural conditions, legislation, energy supply aspects. So basically again it is based on PESTEL, political, economical, social, technological, environmental, and legal factors which affect an organization. So the issues to be considered are the natural conditions, legislations, energy supply aspects, restrictions on energy consumption, technology, competition, social, cultural, political aspects, and internal issues depend upon the organization's values, organization structure, the kind of equipment you have in the organization, cultural culture within the organization, organizational culture, values, strategies. So again, based on SWOT analysis. So external issues are based on pestle, political, economical, social, technological, legal and environmental factors, and internal issues are based on SWOT analysis, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat. Yeah, next please. Then, like any other management system standard, you need to identify the need and expectation of interested parties also. So you have to identify who are the relevant interested parties that are relevant to the energy performance and the energy management system. What are the needs and expectations of these interested parties, and which need and expectations are to be addressed by your energy management system. Next. So there are different interested parties from which you can identify who all are interested, who all are with respect to the energy management system also. For example, customers, suppliers, partners, employees, local community, shareholders, NGOs. See, all these are various interested parties, but ultimately who all are interested in the improved energy performance? Customers, definitely yes, because if energy performance is improved, then cost of supply of product will also improve, will reduce, and customers will be benefited. Suppliers, of course, yes, but suppliers basically you tell your requirements. Customer supplier relationship is like your organization also has got suppliers. So when you are buying the products, you always look for energy efficient products. So definitely suppliers are also interested parties. Employees, yes, because as an employee, you are given productivity target, you are given expenses control targets, and you are also given energy consumption or energy usage, energy efficiency, energy monitoring targets. So customers, employees are also interested party. Local community, yes, to broader in a broader sense, yes, because if energy consumption is reduced, energy efficiently is reduced, then the burden on the power discoms or power distribution companies, or the burden on thermal power plants, etc., also comes, because efficient use of energy also results in enhancing environmental performance. So yes, local community is also an interested party. Shareholders, definitely yes, because shareholders are the people who invest in a company. So more energy efficiency means cost saving. Cost saving means more profit for the organization, and shareholders value appreciation is also there, and ultimately NGOs also. So you need to identify, and there are other interested parties also, like regulatory bodies, because you have to follow the regulations also. So they are also interested parties. Next slide. So there are other interested parties also. Identify requirement of interested parties. So there are legal requirements, there are contractual requirements, there are voluntary agreements, public commitments, and corporate rules. Next, the scope of the energy management system. So like any other management system, you are certified by the certification body for a particular scope. So whatever your core process or activity is there, so that is the scope of the energy management system. For example, if you are making, say, heat exchanging coils, so yes, your scope of energy management system becomes manufacture and supply of heat exchanger coils. If you are a hotel or hospitality sector, so your scope is providing hospitality services to the guests, or providing veg non-vegetarian food to the guests. So it depends. So whatever core activity of the organization is there, that is part of the scope. So 4.3 says determine the scope of the energy management system. Organization shall define the boundaries and applicability of an energy management system by considering external and internal issues which are affecting the energy performance, by considering need and expectations of interested parties, and also applicable legal requirements, that is compliance obligations. So scope has to be clearly documented. So the starting step for any certification body is what scope of the energy management system you have applied for your ENMS certification. So what part or activities of the organization are covered by energy management system? The organization shall have the authority to control energy efficiency, energy use and consumption within the scope and boundaries. And it is not acceptable to exclude energy types inside the scope. Matlab, we cannot say ki, okay, electricity, we are doing monitoring properly, so electricity usage is covered within the scope, but uh, for steam we have got boilers, but boiler efficiency is not covered. So whatever processes or activities you demonstrate, so all form of energies which you are using, they have to be covered within the scope. You cannot have a partial scope applicability ki, okay, energy efficiency, electrical efficiency is applicable, but boiler efficiency is not applicable. Okay, so scope has to be complete. The scope shall be maintained as a documented information, and over a period of time you can seek modification of scope also, like you do scope enhancement or scope change in other management system standards. So here also scope change is allowed, but then you have to apply to the certification body, and that scope change will all happen after a proper audit, external audit. Next, and 4.4 tells you general requirements about the management system standard, which says organization shall establish, implement, maintain, and continually improve an energy management system. For that, organization need to develop and manage the necessary processes and their interactions. And also, like any other management system, continuous improvement here also it is a requirement. Ensure continuous improvement in energy performance in alignment with the requirements of ISO 50001-2018 standard. Next. So this climate change, as I said, ki climate change actions, climate action changes, it has been added as an amendment in all management system standards. So in all management system standards, organizations have to address how climate change is applicable for their organization. So one of the best ways of addressing climate change is through energy management system, because if you have an efficient energy management system within the organization, then you are already taking care of the climate change and you are contributing your bit for environment sustainability. Next, so the new requirement says organizations have to address whether climate change is a relevant issue for not. In my opinion, yes, it is applicable for all sort of organizations. But then if you are implementing ISO 50001 energy management system or 14001, ISO 14001, then you are addressing climate action changes or climate action responsibility within the organization in a very responsible manner. Next, so interested parties can also have requirements related to climate change. So it can be part of contractual agreement also. It can be part of a regulatory requirement also. So you have to, when you're talking about climate change actions, then climate action changes, then you have to see the requirements of interested parties also. Next. So this concludes clause number 4. So basically clause number 4.1, 4.2, 4.3 and 4.4 is there. So first context of the organization, determine external and internal issues which impact the energy management system. Then identify the interested parties, for example, employees, investors, regulatory bodies, shareholders, suppliers, customers, etc., and their energy related needs. Then you define the scope of the management system, define boundaries and applicability of environmental management of energy management system based on internal and external issues and interested party requirements. And then establish, implement, maintain and improve an energy management system to meet energy performance and continual improvement goals. Yeah, next. Yeah, so there is an exercise, so Praveen will take over.
Thank you, Atul sir. So, dear participants, there is another workshop, and Sagar has shared the. Sagar, kindly share barcode as well as link in the chat box. The participant who have joined after first workshop, I'll repeat again. You can access the barcode and you can submit your responses for the workshop, right? And another option, you can just check the link in the chat box and you can submit your responses through link also. So I again request all participants to actively participate in this workshop so that we could have maximum responses for this workshop. We will wait for a few responses to come and then we will initiate the analysis. Mr. Sunil Sharma, please again explain. Mr. Sunil, you just make a note of your queries. Okay, after this training session, you can ask whatever you didn't understand or what is your query. Okay, we will resolve afterward. Mr. Amit Sachdeva done. Thank you. Ruksar Khan submitted. Okay, so we have received 22 responses yet. So, okay, Sagar,
Yes.
can we proceed to the first question?
Yes. Please, sir.
Okay, Sagar. So the first question is, what is the purpose of determining the context of organization in clause 4? And I request yourself. Thank you. I am repeating the question again. What is the purpose of determining the context of the organization in clause 4? And the correct answer for this question, to understand internal and external issues affecting the ENMS. And we have got 92% of responses correct. So congratulations to our participants. Sagar, please proceed to next question. Thank you. The second question is, which of the following is a requirement under clause 4.1? And the correct answer for this question, determine whether climate change is a relevant issue. And we have got 57% responses correct out of 26. Next question, Sagar, please. Okay, the third question for the workshop, clause 4.2 requires the organization to. And the correct answer for this question, identify interested parties and their energy related expectation. And for this question, we have got 85% responses and we are yet receiving the responses. We have got 27 responses as of now. Congratulations to all participants. Next question, Sagar, please. The fourth question for the workshop, what should be the organization consider when determining the scope of ENMS as per clause 4.3? And the correct answer for this question is internal and external issues and requirements of interested parties. And we have got 88 responses correct. Again, congratulations to all. Sagar, move on to next question, please. Right. The fifth question is, what is the main objective of clause 4.4 energy management system? And we have got 90% responses correct and we have received 33 responses as of now. So the correct answer is to establish, implement and maintain and continually improve the ENMS, energy management system. And we have received 34 responses. So I am again congratulating all participants who are very much actively participating in these workshops. So thank you. Sagar, please remove this workshop and share the training PPT. I request Atul Suri sir to resume the training. Thank you.
So we move to next clause, which is clause number 5, which is leadership. So basically 3 sub clauses are there: 5.1 leadership and commitment, 5.2 energy policy, and 5.3 energy organizational roles, responsibilities and authorities. Yeah, next. So again, like for any other management system standards, here also management commitment is required, because for improving energy efficiency, you may require certain resources, you may need to invest in better technology for which funds are required, and overall commitment has to be there. So 5.1 talks about leadership and commitment. Top management shall demonstrate leadership and commitment with respect to continual improvement of energy performance and also improving the effectiveness of energy management system. Next. So what are the roles and responsibilities of top management? So top management, first of all, has to ensure that the scope and boundaries of energy management system are clearly defined and aligned with the organizational objectives. So it starts with finalizing the scope of the energy management system. Then like any other management system, organization's top management has to approve the related policies and objectives also. So the top management shall ensure that energy policy, energy objectives, and targets are finalized and they are compatible with the organization's strategic goal and energy goals. So because ultimately, top management has to ensure that those policy and objectives, targets are also implemented within the organization, and for that, resources would be required. So, top management has to provide the desired resources also. So, top management ensure that energy policy, objectives, and targets are compatible within the organization's strategic direction and energy goals are established, finalized, and complied with. Top management shall embed energy management requirements into the core organizational processes for seamless implementation. Top management also has to monitor, overall, oversee the development, approval, and execution of action plans to improve energy performance. Ensure the availability of resources. What kind of resources? Human resources, technical resources, financial resources, which are required for implementing the energy management system. And top management also has to ensure that processes are established to identify and address changes that impact the energy management system and energy performance. So top management has to provide its leadership and commitment for enabling the effectiveness implementation of energy management system. Next, top management has to promote awareness of benefits of energy management and its importance within the organization. Top management has to ensure that energy management system delivers tangible or measurable improvements in the energy performance and fulfills its intended objectives. Top management also has to drive ongoing enhancement of energy performance and effectiveness of the energy management system. Top management has to ensure that a dedicated team is formed to oversee energy management system implementation and operation. Top management has to support and direct individuals to contribute to the energy management system effectiveness and energy performance improvement. And the management also has to ensure that energy performance indicators effectively represent the organization's energy performance. So top management has a key role in ensuring the effective implementation of energy management system within the organization. Next. So then there has to be a policy also, energy policy, the evidence of top management commitment. Next. The requirement as per the standard for the energy policy is just like other management system standards and other policies. So this policy also has to be appropriate for the purpose and context of the organization. So this policy shall serve as a basis for setting and reviewing the energy objectives and targets. This policy shall ensure that information and necessary resources are provided or available within the organization to achieve the energy objectives and targets. The policy should also include commitment to comply with applicable legal and other requirements related to energy efficiency. So what are those applicable legal and other requirements related to energy efficiency? So there is an Energy Conservation Act. So as per that act, there are certain rules also. So those rules as applicable for the organization with respect to the consumption and with respect to the usage of energy has to be followed depending upon the type of industry. So these legal and other requirements we will discuss separately within the subsequent clauses also. Then this energy policy has to drive ongoing improvement of energy performance and the energy management system within the organization. Top management has to promote procurement of energy efficient products and services that impact the energy performance. And what are these energy efficient products and services? We will discuss in the subsequent slides. And top management also, this energy policy shall also encourage design activities that integrate energy performance improvement. So energy policy, again, the key requirements are appropriate for the purpose and context of the organization, serves as a basis for setting and reviewing energy objectives and targets, ensures that the information and necessary resources are available to achieve energy objectives and targets, includes commitment to comply with applicable legal requirements with respect to energy efficiency, its usage and consumption. Policy drives ongoing improvement of energy performance and the energy management system. Policy promotes procurement of energy efficient products and services, which ultimately impact the energy performance. And policy encourages design activities which integrate energy performance improvement. Next. So an example of an energy policy of a company is, so this is basically aluminium manufacturer. So as a leading aluminium manufacturer, we strive to improve energy efficiency. So there is a commitment for improving energy efficiency, reduce energy consumption costs, and promote the long-term environmental and economic sustainability of operations. So that way it is also addressing the climate change considerations, promote the long-term environmental and economic sustainability of operations. So what commitment they have given? Reduce energy use per unit of production, because so that means so they are monitoring the energy consumption per unit of production and with the objective of reducing it. Improve our energy performance, conform to applicable legislation and other relevant requirements. So since it's an aluminium manufacturer, so they are basically like a high energy intensive unit. So for them, as per Energy Conservation Act, they have to mandatorily get energy audit done by an accredited energy auditor and his team, and whatever the every 2 years, and then whatever the recommendations of that energy audit team are there, they need to implement and follow it, and also submit to the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Bureau of Energy Efficiency is the monitoring body for energy efficiency initiatives within our country. So conform to applicable legislation and other relevant requirements. Consider energy performance in design and modification of facilities, equipment, systems, and processes. So whenever, because plants also energy manufacturing plants also, they require certain changes, modifications, some new lines coming up, some plant modification, some retrofitting. So a lot of activities go on in various big plants. So whenever you are doing any plant modification, any design of new premises, new facility, new plant, new equipment, new system and perform processes, then always consider energy performance while doing these design and modification activities. And also promote the purchase and use of energy efficient products and services. So that means there is a commitment towards purchasing and use of energy efficient products and services also. The top management is committed to support the implementation. So top management commitment also is getting reflected. Top management is committed to support the implementation and improvement of energy management system and to provide all resources needed to achieve our objectives and targets. So top management, their commitment towards improvement of energy management system and providing all resources to achieve energy efficiency objectives and targets. So they have already put up in the policy, energy policy. So it's a very good example of an energy policy. So I'll repeat once again the policy. So you can correlate with the requirement of the energy policy standards requirement. As a leading aluminium manufacturer, we strive to improve energy efficiency, reduce energy consumption costs, and promote the use of long-term environmental and economic sustainability of operations. For that, we are committed to reduce energy consumption per unit of production, improve overall energy performance, conform to the applicable legislation and other requirements, for example, Conservation Act and mandatory energy audit, and the implementation of the recommendations of energy auditors or the team. Considering energy performance in design and modification of facilities, equipment, systems, and processes, and promoting the purchase and use of energy efficient products and services. And top management has also demonstrated its commitment by supporting the implementation and involvement improvement of the energy management system and providing the resources which are required to achieve energy efficiency related objectives and targets. And this is signed by the top management. Next. So the requirement of standard is, first, this energy policy has to be a documented information that is written down. Then it has to be effectively communicated within the organization. This has to be made available to the interested parties as appropriate. Normally, many companies put up this energy policy in their website also, and listed companies where they have shareholders and they have annual general meeting of shareholders. So in the annual report also, they put up their this thing, energy policy statement. So energy policy has to be made available to the interested parties as appropriate, and periodically it has to be reviewed and updated also in case there is a need to change the policy. Next. Then, like all other management system standards, here also organizational role and responsibility and authorities are to be defined, and in this particular standard with respect to energy management system. So top management shall ensure that role, responsibilities and authorities are assigned and communicated within the organization to support the effective implementation of energy management system. Next. So the basic purpose of assigning responsibilities to energy management team is ensure that energy management system is properly established, implemented, maintained, and continually improved. Verify that energy management systems meets various requirements of ISO 50001 standard. Develop and execute actionable points, action plans to drive continuous improvement in energy performance. Provide regular updates on energy performance improvement and energy performance activities which are happening within the organization, and define and implement the controls, criteria and methods to ensure effective operation and control of the energy management system. Next. So just a recap of clause 5, leadership and commitment. Top management ensures that integration of environment energy management system into the business processes and drives continual improvement. Then top management has to ensure establishment and maintenance of an energy policy which aligns with objectives and ensures compliance, legal compliances and other compliances, and supports energy efficiency, and assignment and communication of responsibilities and authorities to the energy management team for ensuring effective implementation, maintenance and improvement of energy management system. Yeah, next. So again, there is an exercise.
Thank you, Atul sir. Dear participants, there is another workshop. Sagar, please share the link in the chat box and share the barcode. Yes, thank you. Dear participant, you can access the questionnaires from the barcode as well as from the link in the chat box. So I repeat again, who have joined later on during the training. So you can access the questionnaires from the barcode to submit the responses, and also you can access questionnaires from the link in the chat box. CEPPL submitted, Ruksar Khan's already submitted, Mr. Amrik Singh Saini done, Shyam Singh ji done, Mr. Sanjay Rajput ji done.
Okay.
Okay, so as of now, we have received 27 responses. So we will proceed with the questions. Okay. The first question for this workshop, what is the main responsibility of the management as per clause 5.1? And the correct answer for this question, demonstrating a leadership and commitment to energy management system. And we have got 89% responses correct out of 30 responses, and we are receiving more responses, 31. It's now increases 31. So we are receiving more responses. So again, congratulations to all participants who are actively participating. Sagar, please proceed to next question. Okay, thank you. The second question for this workshop, which of the following is not a requirement for the energy policy as per clause 5.2? And correct answer for this question, it must be focused exclusively on financial benefits, and 75% responses are the correct. Congratulations to participants. We have received 32 responses. Sagar, please move on to next question. Okay. What is the key requirement under clause 5.3 regarding roles and responsibilities? And the correct answer is assigning and communicating responsibilities for the energy management system. And for this question, we have received 87% responses correct. Again, congratulations, kudos to all. Sagar, please move on to next question. Thank you. The fourth question, who is responsible for ensuring the implementation and continual improvement for the energy management system? And we have got 96% correct. And the correct answer for this question is top management. Sagar, please move on to next question. And the fifth question is for the workshop, as per clause 5.2, what should the energy policy support? And correct answer for this question, procurement of energy efficient product and services. And out of 34 responses, we have received 91% responses correct. So I am very much thankful to all participants who are very much actively participating. Out of 58, 59, we have received 37 responses, and even or more we are responses to come, right? So again, I am very thankful to all participants. Okay. Okay, Sagar, please share the PPT screen, and I request Atul Suri sir to resume the training session. Thank you, sir.
So now we move to clause number 6, planning. So there are 6 sub-clauses: 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, 6.6. So 6.1 is actions to address risk and opportunities. Then 6.2 is about setting objectives, energy targets, and planning to achieve them. 6.3 is about energy review. 6.4 is about energy performance indicators. 6.5 is energy baseline, and 6.6 is planning for collection of energy data. So very interesting clause. Clause number 6, planning. Yeah. Next. So like any other management system standard, this standard also talks about risk and opportunities. Determine risk and opportunities, plan and implement actions to address them. So some examples of risk and some examples of opportunities are there. Over reliance on, depending upon the size of the organization, of course. Examples of risks are over reliance on a single energy supplier. When you have a single supplier for a particular source of energy, energy doesn't mean, as we discussed in the opening slides, energy doesn't mean electricity only. So there are other requirements of energy also, and other means also, like fuel is there, heat is there, steam is there, compressed air is there. So over reliance on a single energy supplier can be a risk. Risks relate to energy prices. If the prices are changing and the prices are dynamic. Risks related to energy supply systems. Risks related to infrastructure and equipment. And risks related to motivation and competence of the personnel. And examples can be alternate energy type, because nowadays many organizations, they are implementing solar systems within the organization. So you are getting an alternate energy supply within your premises, which is more cost effective also. Of course, there is an initial investment, but then there is a return on investment of that energy, solar energy also. And nowadays, especially bigger organization, multinational companies, and sometimes because of their commitment, global commitments also, and otherwise also, now they are purchasing green energy. So green energy means any energy which is not a thermal energy is a green energy. For example, wind energy, for example, solar energy, for example, hydroelectric energy. So all the sources of energy are green energy. So examples of opportunities are alternative energy supplies, energy types. Sometimes state governments, central government also provide some subsidies and state funded programs. Sometimes some for better energy efficient technology, there is a subsidy from or aid also from some national, international organizations. So that can also be an opportunity for the organization. And of course, the biggest example of opportunities when you invest in better energy technologies. For example, you invest in energy efficient motors. So these are certain examples of opportunities. So like risk assessment, we are doing for all other management system standards, but with respect to the requirements of that particular standard. So here you're doing risk and opportunities assessment with respect to energy management system, energy planning, and improving energy efficiency. Next. So in your energy planning process, so these are the things, systems, or the requirements which you are considering. So there is always a planning of inputs. So there are clauses 4.1, 4.2, and 6.1 which talks about planning inputs. So inputs you are getting from internal and external issues from the context of the organization by analyzing your SWOT analysis for internal issues and PESTEL, political, economical, social, technical, environmental, and legal. For external issues, then you are also getting inputs from reviewing the needs and expectations of your interested parties. Then strategic planning you are doing by addressing your risk and opportunities. So identification and risk and opportunities, and output is planning output is actions to address risk and opportunities. Because you have identified your risk, you have also identified the opportunities. So what appropriate action you take to mitigate the risk or to encash those opportunities is your action to address risk and opportunities. And then clause 6.3 tactical, which is an energy review. Energy review I also quote equivalent to energy audit. So as a planning input, current energy types, past and current energy uses, past and current energy consumption. So historical data goes into the energy review. So based on energy consumption and or identified opportunities for energy improvement, you determine your specific energy unit targets. And for that, you determine relevant variables, current energy performance, the personal, and determine and prioritize opportunities for performing energy performance. So what is the objective of energy review or energy audit? So basically you identify, you make measurements, you analyze the data, and accordingly you identify areas for improvement, energy efficiency improvement. So output is energy use and consumption trends, future energy use and consumption, identify identifying the opportunities for energy performance, strategic your energy performance indicators, energy objectives, targets, action plans, energy data collection plan, etc. Next. So this is what clause 6.1 says. Organization shall identify and address risk and opportunities to provide assurance that your energy management system can achieve its intended outcomes, including continual improvement in the energy performance. Then minimize potential negative impacts which could hinder the effectiveness of energy management system or the energy performance, and identify opportunities to enhance the energy management system and energy performance over a period of time. So for that, organization need to plan the actions to address these risk and opportunities, and for that you need to implement and integrate the actions into the energy management system and energy performance processes and evaluate the effectiveness of actions taken. So based on your risk and opportunities, you need to take appropriate actions. Next. So this is another example of risk management framework. So you establish the context based on the internal and external issues. You also consider the scope of energy management system, your business processes, the applicable legal and other requirements. Then you do a risk assessment exercise, evaluate the risk, and for improvement based on the risk and opportunities, you do operational planning and control. You take preventive measures, you take protective measures, then you get the desired outputs and monitor and review the performance. And ultimately, you have to periodically review and you have to follow that PDCA cycle and keep on improving. So periodic review and continuous improvement. Next. So like any other management system standard, this standard also talks about objectives, but here we are talking about energy related objectives, energy improvement objectives, energy saving objectives, energy conservation objectives, energy efficiency improvement objectives. So energy targets and planning to achieve them. So like any other management system objectives and targets, these objectives has to be aligned with your respective policy, that is the energy policy. They have to be measurable wherever practicable. They have to take into account your risk and opportunities, that means requirements and opportunities. The objectives shall consider significant energy usage. These objectives have to be monitored, communicated, and updated. For example, your overall objective of energy consumption reduction by 5% in a calendar year or financial year. And these objectives have to be documented. So that means you have to retain these objectives as documented information. So these objectives need to have specific targets also. Fine. Next. So some example of objective and action plan. Planning to achieve objectives and energy targets. So the requirement says organization shall establish action plans which include what will be done, what resources are required to achieve that objective, within the organization who is responsible, the team leader, when it will be completed, that means the target date and time, and how will you do the monitoring, how the results will be evaluated, including the methods used to verify the energy performance improvement. For example, two objectives are considered here as an example: improving the competence and awareness, because energy performance improvement will happen only when there is competence and awareness within the team, and the overall objective of reducing energy costs. So first target is 100% of staff trained on energy aspects, because there are certain measures, energy conservation measures. So those measures or the good practices, these good practices have to be given training to the staff to understand and implement it. So target is 100% of staff should be trained on energy saving aspects or energy improvement aspects or energy performance monitoring aspects. So action plan is 2 hours general training for all staff members, and also energy saving campaign in a particular period or month. Who is responsible? Energy management team is there. And so resources required, of course, when you are putting up some training and all that. So some resources, some sanctioning, some budgeting is required. And it's an ongoing process. So there is no target date for completion. And how do you manage the improvement? By monitoring the employees' behavior and also through measurable results where some energy cost reduction has happened. And another example is, an objective is reduce energy cost. So 10% or 50% reduction. You can have any target depending upon the practicality. But of course, improvement has to be there with respect to the targets. So 15% reduction in cost associated with lighting, 10% reduction in cost associated with heating, the use of energy for lighting or heating purpose. So how you are going to achieve the reduction? By investing in better technology or by having good work practices, good energy efficiency practices. So installing adaptive lighting systems in all rooms, installing motion sensitive lights for hallways, or maybe replacing conventional lighting with LEDs or energy efficient lighting. Who is responsible? The contractor. Some resources are required, definitely replacement cost is there. And heating need reduction can come by installing or improving roof space insulation. So this is to be done by maintenance department. So likewise, you can set up objectives for reducing energy costs, investing in better technologies, improving awareness, competence of the personnel who are actually responsible for usage of energy or monitoring consumption. So you can provide training, you can invest in better technologies, install or improve certain things which can result in energy saving. And then somebody is responsible for the implementation phase. Resources are also required and monitoring is also required. Next, energy review is basically analysis of the energy use and consumption, that is current time of energy, current types of energy, and evaluate past and current energy use and consumption. And from that analysis, identification of significant energy uses, SEUs. Then once you have identified those significant energy users or uses, then identify what are the variables that affect that significant energy use. The next step is determination of opportunities to improve the energy performance and also estimation of future energy use and consumptions. So energy review is a very important requirement of this ISO standard. Analysis of energy use and consumption based on current type of energy and evaluation of historical data with respect to the energy usage and the current energy usage and pattern, also consumption pattern. From that energy use and consumption pattern, identify which one are the significant energy uses. And for those significant energy uses, what are the variables which affect them? And from that, identify the areas for improvement and then also estimate what would be the future energy use and consumption pattern. Next. So for analysis of energy use and consumption, you need to understand what kind of energy types and energy consumption is being used within the organization while using the energy. So different types of energies are heat, electricity, oil, natural gas, compressed air, steam. So it's not electricity alone. There are other types of energies also, that is heat, electricity, oil, natural gas, compressed air, and steam. So link this energy type with the various energy uses, evaluate past and current energy usage and consumption, and take some suitable period, maybe financial year, calendar year, quarter, 6 months, whatever thing. Then there are seasonality trends also, hot summer weather, cold summer, cold period, hot summer weather, etc. And then convert it into a single unit, because ultimately you have to evaluate it and monitor it, measure it also. So convert it into a single unit like tonnage of oil equivalent. Next. So identification of significant energy use. Decide what represents a significant energy used, that is largest consumers plus uses with significant potential for improvement, and consider variables which influence these significant energy use and personnel whose work can influence SE use. So there is an example given. For example, here electricity for equipment that comprises 36%. Natural gas for heating comprises 25%. Electricity for lighting comprises 19%, 16%. Fuel for vehicles comprises 19%, and small quantity 4% is for others. So basically you have identified the major use of electricity, major use of energy in this particular organization is electricity for equipment, followed by natural gas, and then fuel for vehicles. Next. Then determination and prioritization of opportunities for improvement. So we have identified which sources of energy are being used in an upper bracket in the organization. Then identify where the opportunity for improvement lies. So that opportunity for improvement can occur either through use of better technology or through energy conservation measures, or basically adopting good practices with respect to energy efficiency monitoring and consumption. So what you need to do is methods, criteria, and results of the energy review should be documented. First of all, since it is an international standard, so all these records need to be available for evaluation purpose. So methods, criteria, and results of the energy review should be documented, and these should be periodically updated also at the planned interval, and also in case there is some significant changes, because that status is as on date, but there could be some new equipment added. So electricity consumption can increase. There can be new vehicles also added in the organization, fleet of vehicles. Let us say it's a transport company, so fuel of vehicles consumption will also increase. There should be some other process improvements also. So this is a dynamic data. So you need to review it periodically. So energy review should be updated at planned intervals and in case of significant changes. And also you need to estimate future energy use and consumption pattern. Yeah, next. So this energy review shall be updated at defined intervals as well as in response to any major change in the facilities, equipment, systems or energy using processes. Because organizations also do expand their capacity. There's some change in process, there's some change in equipment, some new assembly line, some new production line, some new product line, some new design. So energy usage in the organization is also dynamic. So you need to review your energy review and keep on updating in response to any major changes in the facilities, equipment, systems, or energy using processes. So you need to have a documented procedure. This information has to be maintained as a documented information for the methods and criteria used to develop the energy review and its results. Next. So this is how the sequence of activity goes about. Energy review, improving the energy performance. So first of all, you need to define the scope, that is improvement of energy efficiency, identification of current energy sources, then identifying significant energy consumers within the organization, then establishing an energy baseline and energy performance indicators, define the energy matrix characteristics, identify the improvement opportunities, put up some goals, specific goals and action plan for achieving those goals, and then measuring the results. Yeah, next. So then we need to understand the energy performance indicators also. So you need to determine energy performance indicators appropriate for measuring and monitoring energy performance. So these are the metrics used to evaluate the performance improvement, and you have to maintain them as a documented record. Next. So examples are kilowatt hour per meter square. For example, you have a office premises and how much energy you are using per meter square area. So for hotels, for energy, kilowatt hour per meter square, kilowatt hour per night, for water, meter cube per night. So these are the indicators which consider that spa, swimming pool and restaurant can accommodate external clients, not only hotel guests, etc. So glass production company, it is monitoring kilowatt hour per ton of molten glass. Okay, so then they are monitoring other regulatory factors also, percentage, batch per batch, batch moisture, etc. But ultimately, they are monitoring kilowatt hour per ton of molten glass, or we are monitoring kilowatt hour per meter square or kilowatt hour per unit of production, etc. etc. So these are some examples of energy performance indicators. Next. Energy baseline. Organization shall establish an energy baseline using the information from the energy review, taking into account a suitable period. For example, you have a data of 100 kilowatt hour per unit of production. So that becomes your energy baseline. So now you have to show improvement or plan improvement with respect to that baseline. So current status 100 kilowatt hour per unit of production. So my target is to reduce it by 5%. That is to make it 95 kilowatt hour per unit of production by next 3 months or 6 months. So organization should establish an energy baseline using the information from the energy review, taking into account a suitable period where the organization has data indicating that relevant variables significantly affect energy performance. The organization shall carry out normalization of the environmental performance indicator values and the corresponding energy baseline. For example, there can be some seasonal changes also. So those changes also need to be taken care. Energy baseline shall be revised in case of one or following conditions. Like your energy performance indicator no longer reflect the organization's energy performance. And there have been major changes to the static factors and according to a predetermined method. So because this data is also dynamic, so you need to monitor it periodically, and in case you need to revise or have a different modified energy baseline, then also you should do it. Organization shall retain information on energy baseline, relevant variable data, and modification to the energy baseline. Next. So energy baseline is like establish one or several key energy baselines, taking into consideration a suitable period, which may require normalization also, and revise in case of changes or according to a predetermined method. And you need to have a documented information, that is record for that. For example, energy usage per month. So this is a trend line, and then consumption, actual energy consumption, and consumption expected if no improvements are made. So if you are making some improvements over a period of time, so energy consumption, actual energy consumption per month is reducing. But if you are not making any improvements, so your energy consumption trend line would be an increasing trend. Yeah, next. Then planning for collection of energy data to determine if energy performance is improving. So you need to have data and energy consumption. You need to identify the variables which affect this energy performance indicators. There could be some static factors also, and ultimately you need to have data from the action plan. So energy data collection plan should be made. Next. So this is a recap of clause number 6. First step, start with identification of risk and opportunities, plan and implement actions to address them, establish your energy objectives, targets and action plans for achieving, perform an energy review, that is an energy audit or energy performance review. So based on that energy review, define and monitor energy performance indicators and establish one or more than one energy baselines, and plan and implement energy data collection. Next. Yeah, for the exercise.
Thank you,
Yes,
Atul
sir.
sir. Okay, so Sagar, please share the barcode for the questionnaires workshop.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yes.
And also share the link in the chat box.
Yeah, already did.
Thank you, Sagar. So, dear all participants, you can access the workshop questionnaires from the barcode as well as from the link in the chat box. I again request all participants to actively participate in this workshop so that we can have maximum responses for these questionnaires. We'll wait for a few responses to come, and then we will initiate the stats for these responses. Mr. Manpreet Singh ji submitted. Mr. Akhtar Mohammad Javed already submitted. Ahmad Ijad, sorry, submitted. Mr. Sunil Sharma submitted. Sagar, please let me know once we received a few responses for the questionnaires. Narendrajit Kaur submitted the questionnaires. EHS Sahibabad submitted. Sanjay Rajput submitted. Rohit Joshi has submitted. I repeat again, you can access the workshop questionnaires from the barcode as well as from the link which is provided in the chat box. Mr. Shyam Singh ji done. Mr. Krishna Kumar already submitted. All right, so we have received 22 responses as of now. Mr. Damodaran already done. So now move on to first question. What is the primary purpose of clause 6.1 in ISO 50001 2018? And the correct answer for this question is to address risks and opportunities related to energy management. And we have got 93 responses correct out of 29. So kudos to all participants. Sagar, please move on to next question. Thank you. The second question for this workshop, which of the following is included in clause 6.2? And the correct answer for this question, setting objectives, energy targets, and planning to achieve them. And we have received 93 responses correct out of 30 responses. So again, congratulations to all participants. Sagar, move on to next question. What is the question number 3? What is the focus of clause 6.3 in ISO 50001 2018? And the correct answer for this question, conducting an energy review to identify significant energy user SEUs. And we have received 76% responses correct for this question. Sagar, please move on to next. The fourth question, what are energy performance indicators, means ENPIs, as referred to in clause 6.4? And the correct answer for this question, matrices to measure and monitor energy performance. And we have received 71 responses correct for this question out of 32 responses. And even we are receiving more responses, right? So Sagar, move on to fifth question. The fifth question, what does clause 6.5 focus on? And correct answer for this question, establishing an energy baseline for measuring performance improvements. And we have received 34 responses and 97 responses are the correct. So I again heartful congratulations to all participants actively participating in this workshop.
Okay, so now let us start with clause number 7. And clause number 7 has got 7.1, 7.2, 3, 4, and 5. So 7.1 is resources, 7.2 is competence, 7.3 is awareness, and 7.4 is communication, and 7.5 is documentation, general, creating, updating, and control of documented information. So this clause, again, if you can recollect from your earlier trainings, ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001. So all standards talked about resources, competence, awareness, but with respect to the specific standards requirement. And then communication is required, internal, external communication, and documented information. Documented information, this being international standards. So there are certain requirements related to the documentation part, creating and updating those documentation, and controlling the documented information. So same requirements are here also, but with respect to environmental, with respect to energy management system standard. Next. So again, first of all, you need to determine the resources which are required for energy management system, which includes your people, information, equipment, and financial resources. Since it is an energy management system, so resources are required for investment in better technologies also. So resource requirement comparatively is more detailed with respect to other management system standards. Next. Again, competence is required because ultimately for implementing any management system standard for that matter, you require the right kind of people, right kind of competence. So you need to define the competence requirement. That is, competence can be based on education, training, skills, or experience. So define the requirements, criteria for education, training, experience, and skills. Ensure that those appointed personnel are competent as per the requirement, and if there is any gap with respect to the competence, provide them the necessary training and help them in acquiring the desired skills. So take action to fill the gaps between existing and required competence through training, recruitment, mentoring, etc. Evaluate the effectiveness of those actions taken and retain the records as an evidence. Because whatever standard mentions as documented information or record, so that record you need to preserve for verification during internal as well as external audit. Next. Again, Like other management system standards, here also awareness is a requirement, because whatever your policy and objectives are, whatever your documented SOPs with respect to energy conservation, energy baseline monitoring, energy performance monitoring. So adequate awareness should be there with respect to those policy objectives and guidelines, and also with respect to the consequences of non-compliance. So standard says the people who are working within the organization, they should be aware of the energy policy. They should be aware of the impact of their activities and behaviors on energy use and consumption. They must be aware of how they can help the organization in achieving its objectives with respect to the energy. And they must also be aware of implications and consequences of non-compliance. Yeah, next. Then external communication and internal communication, like other management systems. This is also a requirement. External communication when you communicate outside the organization, and internal communication when you communicate with your own team. So external communication required by legislation, for example, Energy Conservation Act and the related rules. So you need to communicate with the board, that is Bureau of Energy Efficiency, or for that matter any other legislation which you are covering, because as an organization you need to, several legal requirements are applicable with respect to quality, environment, health and safety, environment, food safety, information security. So whatever communication mediums are there, they need to be established within the organization with respect to legislation. External communication is also applicable for communicating with your investors, financiers, shareholders, suppliers, local NGOs, local community, etc. And basically for demonstrating leadership purpose. External communication is also for advertising purpose, and external communication is also applicable for any communications which is received from legislations, investors, financiers, shareholders, or suppliers, etc. And within the organization, communication is also very important. That is internal communication with respect to your objectives, with respect to your policy, targets, energy performance improvement, your guidelines, your SOPs, the benefits of improved energy performance, what initiatives are being taken to improve the energy performance, and also as a improvement suggestions where employees can also suggest in better to invest in better technologies, better systems, or some non-compliances can be pointed out by the employees, or some improvement opportunities can be pointed out by the employees. So both external and internal communication medium are important for improving the effectiveness of your energy management system. Next. Then like other management systems, documented information is required here also. So what all is the mandatory documentation? Different documents are required. Scope of the energy management system has to be documented. Your policy has to be documented. Your objectives, targets, and action plans have to be documented. The energy review or the energy audit, or on what basis you are planning your energy performance improvement. So that should be documented. Energy performance indicators, energy performance baselines, training record, competence record, communication record. So there are several records which are required, which are mandatory. So all that is part of the documented information. And there are national, international standards also which you are following. So all those documents are part of your document control. So you have an energy manual, energy procedures, plans, monitoring, formats, etc. So all those documents are covered as part of your documented information. Next. So like other management systems, you need to have a system of creating and reviewing the documents. So who creates the document, who approves the document, how the modification or amendment in the documentation is done, how the documentation is circulated within the organization. So what kind of format is there, whether you're maintaining soft copy of documents and records or hard copy of records. So all that is part of your procedure for control of documented information. Who is the author, date number, issue number, reference number, revision number, approving authority, issuing authority. So all that is part of your control of documented information. Next. So as a part of document control, you need to ensure the availability of the documentation where it is required. For example, some maintenance related SOP is there, some do's and don'ts for DG set is there. So it has to be available with the respective maintenance personnel who are operating the DG set or who are doing the periodic maintenance of the DG set. These documents have to be adequately protected also. And again, the controller documentation with respect to distribution, access, retrieval, use, storage, preservation, updation of documentation, changes of documentation, their retention and disposition method has to be defined. So just like other management system requirement, standards requirement, same requirements related to controller documented information are applicable for ISO 50001 also. Next. So a recap of clause number 7, identify and make resources available for the energy management system. The resources include human resources and more importantly, resources use equipment, infrastructure and the financial resources for technological upgradation or monitoring and measurement methods required. Then you need to have the competence also. Identify the competence which is required for implementing energy management system, and wherever competence gaps are there, provide necessary training and provide opportunities for skills upgradation. Then there has to be proper awareness within the organization, not only employees, but contractual employees also, contractors also, with respect to the energy policy of the company, with respect to the energy objectives, baselines, energy performance indicators, and the implication of non-complying with these objectives, targets, policies, baselines, indicators, etc. That means the implications of non-compliance. Then your communication systems have to be efficient with respect to internal communication, that is within the organization where you are communicating your policy objectives, baselines, documentation, SOPs, concerns, non-compliances, etc. And then with external people also like the legislators, your contractors, suppliers, shareholders, investors with respect to the effectiveness of your energy management system. And then like other management system standards, your ENMS documentation also has to be controlled. All kind of documentation like your manual procedures, SOPs, external documentation, um, then any other documentation, then their control, availability of documentation at point of use, etc. So this concludes clause number 7. So now there will be a small exercise. Yeah, next.
Thank you, Atul sir. So there is another workshop. Sagar, please share the barcode on the screen and share link in the chat box. Dear participants, you can access the question workshop questionnaires from the barcode as well as from the chat link in the chat box. You can check your chat box. Yes, Mr. Sagar has already shared the barcode as well as the link in the chat box. I request all dear participants to actively participate in this workshop questionnaires. We'll wait for few responses to come, then we will initiate or we will go for the stats of the. Sagar, please let us know when we have been receiving the few responses for this questionnaires. Mr.
Yes.
Ahmad Ijaz, thank you, Sagar. Submitted. Mr. Akhtar already submitted. The audience or the participants who have joined later during the training, I repeat, you can access these workshop questions from the barcode you can that is shared on the screen, and you can also access from the link that is provided you in the chat box. Mr. Manpreet Singh ji already submitted. We are waiting for a few responses to come. Mr. Anil Samant, Narenjit Kaur submitted. Sanjay Rajput ji submitted. Krishna Kumar ji submitted. Deepti Pant submitted. Rukhsar Khan submitted. Amrik Singh ji Saini, Tarun Tripathi, Sunil Sharma, Saiful Afrin submitted. So we have received 24 responses as of now. So now we are going with the stats. The first question for this workshop is what does the clause 7.1 focus on in ISO 50001 2018? And the correct answer for this question, providing resources for the implementation and maintenance of energy management system. And we have got 96% responses correct out of 28 responses we have received. So kudos to all participants who have actively submitted their responses. Sagar, please move on to next question. Question number 2, under clause 7.2, what is the key requirement related to competence? There is a tricky question, and we have received 50% correct answer, and the correct answer is ensure that person performing task affecting energy performance are competent. Okay, and 50% had submitted wrongly. That is the ensure the employees are trained to identify SEU, significant energy uses. So right answer, correct answer is ensure that person is performing tasks affecting energy performance are competent. Okay, Sagar, please move on to next. Thank you. The third question is what is the primary focus of clause 7.3 on awareness? The correct answer is ensuring employees are aware of their roles in achieving energy objectives. And 67% we have received the correct answers. Again, congratulations to all. Sagar, please move on to next question. Thank you. The fourth question, what is the objective of clause 7.4 regarding communication? The correct answer for this question, to establish processes for effective internal and external communication on on energy performance. Thank you. We have received 85 percentage of responses correct. So again, kudos to all. Sagar, move on to fifth question. Fifth question is what is the requirement of clause 7.5.3 on control of documented information? And the correct answer for this question, ensuring documented information is protected and accessible. And we have received 76 responses are the correct one. So we have, as of now, we have received 31 responses. And again, congratulations to all audience and dear participants who are actively participating in these workshops. Thank you. I request Atul Suri sir to resume the training session. Thank you.
So we come to the next clause, which is operations. So there are clause 8.1 is operation planning and control, 8.2 is design, and 8.3 is procurement. Next. So operational planning and control, organization shall ensure processes related to significant energy use are planned, implemented, and controlled effectively to meet energy performance requirements. So it is talking about operational planning and control. So ensure that the processes which are related to your significant energy uses are planned, implemented, and controlled effectively to meet energy performance requirements. We'll discuss about energy performance requirement in subsequent slides and details. Next. So what needs to be done in operational planning and control? Define criteria for operating and maintaining facilities, equipment, systems, and energy using processes to prevent significant deviation from intended energy performance. So you have set up targets, just like you're doing quality assurance activities, you define the acceptance criteria. So here you are defining the criteria for operation and maintenance of your facilities, equipment, systems, and energy using processes. So idea is, let us say, for example, you have a defined target of energy consumption for a particular period of time, and but if the energy consumption is coming more, then there is a red alarm, and then that alarm gives a trigger for finding the reasons why energy performance is deviating from the design targets, and why the energy consumption is increasing. So that means you define a criteria for operating and maintaining facilities, equipment, systems, and energy using processes. The idea is to prevent significant deviation from the intended energy performance. Then you communicate those criteria to the relevant personnel working under the organization's controls. For example, do's and don'ts. Operate and maintain facilities, equipment, systems, and energy using processes as per their defined criteria, and maintain the related records. That is, maintain documented information to demonstrate that processes have been carried out as per the planned arrangements. And whenever there are some changes, equipment, process, methodology, systems, energy using processes, facilities, then you need to control the documentation, you need to control the changes as per your documented information system, manage planned changes and review unintended changes to these processes to mitigate adverse effect on the energy performance. And certain activities, processes can be outsourced also. Ensure that outsourced activities or related processes are monitored and controlled effectively. Next. So some example is of operation control is documented. You need to have a documented procedure. Technical devices to save energy and reduce variability in energy performance due to human factors. For example, in your rooms or conference rooms or say walkways or pathways, you install sensors, motion sensors. So that motion sensors save electricity. So whenever somebody is passing through the passage, the motion sensor will activate will activate that light on. Otherwise, it will be in off state. So that saves energy. So technical devices, installation of technical devices to save energy and reduce variability in energy performance due to human factors. Then example of operational control is adequate maintenance, because if you are maintaining the equipment properly, then your energy efficiency would be achieved. And if maintenance is not proper, for example, some filters are choked or some spare parts which need to be replaced are not periodically replaced, so then it will draw more energy. Then you also need to have licensed personnel for critical facilities or equipment, because skill maintenance job skill of the technician is very important, because if the technician is not skilled, then definitely he will do some misalignment or he'll not be able to do the maintenance job proper, and that ultimately it will result in more energy consumption by the particular equipment or the process or methodology. Communicate energy performance aspects to all those people who are working on behalf of the organization. So that means this information is to be conveyed to the contractual employees also who are working in the organization, or in case you have outsourced any process. So you also require your subcontractors to follow your energy policy objectives and energy related SOPs. Next. Now understand some examples of energy saving methods. So good housekeeping is a very important method of saving energy. Energy saving can result from better maintenance and operations. So such measures include, so these are some good examples which you can basically implement in your organization for improving the energy performance. So energy saving methods, housekeeping measures. Energy savings can result from better maintenance and upkeep or operation of the equipment. So such measures include shutting off unused equipment. That is a basic principle key. Whenever you don't require any equipment, don't turn it on, shut it off. Shutting off unused equipment, improving electricity demand management, reducing window temperature, settings, turning off lights, eliminating steam, compressed air and heat leaks. Proper lubrication of equipment, proper cleaning, replacement of filters will all result in optimal energy use in existing facilities. So good housekeeping measures, good implementation measures, they will always save your energy costs. So such examples are better maintenance and operation, shutting off unused equipment, turning off lights, eliminate whenever not required, eliminating the source of steam, compressed air, saving on heat leaks, proper lubrication of the equipment, proper cleaning of equipment, periodic replacement of filters. So all these will result in optimal energy use in your existing facilities. So here you need not invest anything, you just have to follow good practices. Next. Equipment and process modification. So these can either be applied to existing equipment or incorporated in the design of new equipment. So any modification to process or equipment can also result in energy saving, better utilization of equipment. So these can be achieved by carefully examining the production processes, schedules, and operating practices. Then improvement in plant efficiency can also be achieved through proper scheduling of process operations, rearranging schedules to utilize process equipment for continuous period of operation to minimize losses associated with the startup, scheduling process operations during off-peak periods to level electricity demand, because in some states, some places, your during the peak time, energy charges are more. So if you stagger your process operations so that you do more operation during off-peak periods, that can also save your electricity demand and conserve the use of energy using during the peak demand period. Then reduction of losses in building shell. Reduction in heat losses or cooling losses is achieved by adding insulation, closing doors, reducing exhaust, and utilizing process heat. So same both is applicable for saving heat as well as cold. So reduction in heat losses or reduction in cooling efficiency, or rather reduction in heat losses and reduction in cooling losses is achieved by adding insulation, proper closing of doors, reducing exhaust, and proper utilization of the process heat or cooling. Next. So energy output, as I was talking about, energy usage, energy review is also a sort of energy audit. Energy audit is an input to the output analysis with energy efficiency as the basis. So normally such kind of questions are asked. Do we really need to consume same amount of energy and in the same form? Can we reduce end use of energy requirements? Are our equipment operating at the optimum capacity? And how can we reduce the losses? Are we using the most energy efficient equipment and operating in efficient way? For example, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Now, there are certain products on which star marking is mandatory. So even if you see your home appliances, certain home appliances like LEDs, like fans, etc., refrigerators, air conditioners, so there is a star marking. So as per the star marking is granted by Bureau of Energy Efficiency based on the energy consumption for that particular device for a particular rating. So star rating can be from 1 star to 5 stars. So naturally, 5-star equipment are the most efficient one, but then 5-star equipment are a little bit more expensive also. So basically, you need to see what is the usage, how many, for what duration I'm using that equipment versus basically you have to do a cost benefit analysis if you are investing in um, more energy efficient equipment. Okay. So you need to ask this question, are we using the most energy efficient equipment and operating in an efficient way? And also important thing is periodic and timely maintenance by the skilled technician. So are we doing the proper and timely maintenance of equipment? Are there more efficient processes available? Can there be a substitute fuel also? So these kind of questions you ask to yourself or for your processes. So in order to get that and use an efficiency analysis. Next. So there are different equipment, there are different devices. For example, for a transformer, the factors to be considered to achieve better efficiency are the voltage ratio, the tap changer specifications, the operating point at which the efficiency of energy transfer is more, reactive power management, type of cooling which is there in the transformer, it is a liquid cooled or resin casted. That means it's a oil cooled transformer, or what is the impact of the efficiency, power quality, what are the derating factors, and you need to also sometimes install servo voltage stabilizer in order to achieve the desired voltage. So improper voltage ratio selection leads to additional servo voltage stabilizer. So these are the factors you consider in case of transformer to achieve a better efficiency. Next. Energy conversion, electrical energy to electromechanical conversion to power coupling to power transmission to mechanical device. So these are different methods of energy conversion. So electrical energy is converted to electromechanical conversion through power coupling and then through power transmission to the mechanical device which is actually being used in the industry. So energy conservation, the energy conversion, the thumb rule should be to reduce the number of energy conversion stages because each stage has got losses associated with it. So the more number of conversions means more number of losses. Next. Now, in most of the organizations, there are motor driven systems also. So there are certain tips for energy efficiency improvement in motor driven system. So the objective of increasing motor efficiency can involve the following. Reduce energy consumption with existing equipment by using some form of demand control or power factor control. So power factor control is also a medium of reducing the energy consumption or improving the motor efficiency. Investigate the savings possible by conversion to motors with higher efficiency. So look for when you are having your process application. So look for the motors which has got better efficiency, higher efficiency, because nowadays high efficiency motors are also available, energy efficient motors are also available. So you need to invest in those energy efficient motors rather than the conventional motors. Investigate the saving possible by improvement of efficiency of mechanical power transmission between motor and load, and evaluate savings possible by changing motor process, for example, converting a process from constant speed to adjustable speed. Because then you can have your you can install variable frequency drives, VFDs. Next. Energy conservation opportunities by motor drive maintenance and alignment. So operation and maintenance alignment also has got a very important role in energy conservation opportunities. Operation of a motor is affected by maintenance. Simple and regular maintenance and inspection will not only provide longer motor life, but can also save on the operating costs. So skill of the operator or skill of the technician who is doing operation and maintenance activities for energy driven motors, for electrical motors is also very important. So there are certain tips for that also. Temperature. The most important factor affecting life of a motor is the temperature of the insulation. Increasing the insulation temperature by 10 degrees centigrade will reduce the motor life by half. So ensure that motors are well ventilated because these motors have got ventilation wings also. So these ventilation it has to be proper. Sometimes it because of dust accumulation, those ventilation outlets they are basically jammed. So proper cleaning is required. Otherwise, what happens is ki insulation, the temperature of the motor increases, and ultimately it reduces the motor life also, and current drawn by the motor also increases. Dirt. If screens, filters or air vents have become clogged, motors may overheat and ultimately fail. So your maintenance cost and breakdown cost will increase. Moisture. Intermittent use or standby motors are prone to the problems with moisture in the windings. The winding insulation resistance measurement is a good indicator of presence of moisture. So you need to monitor the winding insulation resistance periodically. Remedial action should be considered if the insulation resistance is less than 1 mega ohm per kV. The next is greasing. Over greasing of anti-friction bearings can increase friction, causing bearings to overheat and motor losses to increase, and is the most common cause of bearing failure. So over greasing should also not be done. Optimum greasing is required. Vibration. A noticeable increase in motor drive vibration is an indication of trouble checks. Should be made of mounting bolts, shaft alignment and bearings. Vibrations can be difficult problem to solve and increase motor losses. And starting. excessive starting is a prime cause of motor failure through overheating from high starting current, because whenever a motor is started, so initially high inrush current is there to give the proper momentum or proper torque to the motor. So excessive starting is a prime cause of motor failure through overheating from high starting currents. The motor should not exceed more than 150 start seconds a day. So these are certain good practices which need to be taken care for proper maintenance of motors. Temperature should not be too high. If any dust is there, it should be removed. Air vents, if they become clogged, then they should be properly cleaned. Moisture, periodically monitor the winding insulation resistance. Overgreasing should not be there. If vibration is there, vibration should be controlled through proper alignment and through proper mounting bolts. And there should not be excessive starting of motor, because during the start phase, motor draws high current and ultimately your energy consumption increases. Next. Effect of power supply. So the quality of power supply is also important. The power supply is one of the major factors affecting the operation and maintenance of an electric motor driven system. So to get better performance from the motor, it is necessary to operate all the motors within the tolerance of plus minus 10% of rated voltage. So motor has got a rated voltage, so it should not be it should not be operated outside the tolerance. But nowadays, good point is that power quality overall has improved in the country in the last few years. So you get a stable voltage supply, but still, in case there is too much fluctuation, then motor should not be operated. Then you get basically you get a better operation of motor if it is operated within the tolerance of plus minus 10% of rated voltage, and you get operation from a sinusoidal voltage supply, because the supply which is normally coming, that is basically a AC supply, so it is a sinusoidal sine wave voltage supply. Operation within the tolerance of plus minus 5 frequency. So ultimately, normally it is the responsibility of electricity boards to control the voltage supply, to control the voltage and also to control the frequency. So in India, we're using a frequency of 50 hertz. So the operating tolerance range for the motor, again, normally frequency, we don't get any problems, but just as a caution or just as a monitoring point, the motor has to be operated within a tolerance of plus minus 5% frequency. But normally we get a stable frequency 49 and plus ही रहता है 49 to 51 के बीच में रहती है operational frequency. Operation within a voltage unbalance of 1% or less, and operation of motors at other than usual service conditions may result in consumption of additional energy. So always refer to the nameplate value of motor, because each motor has got a nameplate value for current, power factor, efficiency and torque, which are mentioned on the motor, and these are required for the operation of the motor at rated voltage and frequency. So using a motor at a different voltage will change its performance. Next. So the main opportunities for energy saving in electrical motors are stopping idle or redundant running of motors, matching motor with the driven load to achieve the maximum efficiency in energy conversion, improving the drive transmission efficiency, use of energy efficient motors, improvement in motor systems, and use of variable frequency drives, VFD, and replacing motor cooling fans by plastic fans, use of flat belts in case of V belts. So these are certain energy saving opportunities in electrical motors, because most of the electrical load in plants, manufacturing plants is of energy motors, electrical motors. So there are a lot of energy saving opportunities in electrical motors. Next. Then you have a pumping system also. In addition to motors, there are pumps also. Holistic approach in pumps. So objective of pumping system is, so basically pumps are used to transfer liquid from one point to another point, that is source to destination, and they have a high static head application. Pumps are used for circulating the liquid around a system, and they have high dynamic head applications. Next. So selection of pump is also very important. The important parameters while selecting a pump are what are the required flow at the head of fluid, net positive suction head, specific gravity of fluid which you are using for pumping, the viscosity of fluid, the nature of solid size and percentage, and the efficiency of pump. So these are the criteria which you need to consider while selecting a pump. Most important thing is the required flow and the head of the pump, and also what kind of fluid which you are using. Next. So there is some formula how you calculate these examples, the affinity law for a centrifugal pump. Next, so these are all calculations. So you need to have proper calculations while selecting the pump which would be required. Next. Energy conservation opportunities ensure availability of basic instruments at pumps, because energy conservation is possible only when you have a meaningful data. And for obtaining that meaningful data, you need to have basic instruments or measuring equipment or measuring devices. So ensure availability of basic instruments at pumps like pressure gauge, flow meter, and operate the pump near the break-even point. Modify the pumping system and pumps losses to minimize the throttling. Adapt to wide load variations with variable frequency drives. That is why constant speed motors are replaced with the variable frequency drives. Repair seals and packing. Modify the pumping system and pump losses to minimize throttling. Adapt to wide load variations with variable frequency drives. Repair seals and packing to minimize water losses. Conduct water balance to minimize water consumption. Again, replacing old pumps by energy efficient pumps is another opportunity. And reduce system resistance by pressure drop assessment and pipe size optimization. So these are basically the design considerations when you are selecting a pump. Next. So lighting also requires some analysis from conservation point of view. Key efforts in analyzing and considering lighting from conservation standpoint of view. So is the light intensity luminaire sufficient for the task? Is the luminaire proper for directing light where it is needed? Is the reflection good? Is the color right for the task? Is the luminaire too high or too low? Can task lighting can be used effectively? Is natural daylight considered for indoor illumination? Can machines be grouped but task lighting required? Are lights and luminaires cleaned periodically? How many luminaires can be turned off by a single switch? Can a different wattage, lower wattage lamp can be used in the fixture? Do the surfaces reflect or absorb lights? Are the luminaires strategically located? Does this luminaire location cause glare? Can more efficient light sources be used? And can timers and photocells be effectively used? So these are the different questions which you ask yourselves while analyzing the use of luminaires in the organization from energy conservation point of view. Next. So optimizing the lighting energy. So one option is effectively using the daylight so that you don't have to switch on the lights. Then understanding visual requirements, because certain products, certain testing require focused light. So understanding the visual requirements, consider the quantity and quality of illumination which is required at the workstations. Selecting proper lighting hardware like lamp, ballast, luminaire, and their control. Also understanding what kind of maintenance characteristics are there, what kind of cleanliness and maintenance is required. And spacing criteria. At what spacing the lighting should be there. Next. And nowadays there are emerging technologies in lighting also. So lighting generation, lighting distribution, lighting installation and control. So nowadays even domestic lighting has got automation. Next. So light sourcing, basis of selection, light source efficacy, light source characteristics, color rendering, sensitivity to voltage, sensitivity to temperature variations. So these are the things which you consider when you are ordering a new lights for your plant machinery or for your even domestic purposes use only, office use only, office use also. So you select the light basis on the light source efficacy, the light source characteristics, the color rendering properties of that particular light, and how sensitive it is to the voltage variations and how sensitive it is to the temperature variations. Next, again some examples of energy conservation opportunities. Switch off unnecessary lights, remove redundant fixtures, fixtures relamping and delamping, fixtures modification or replacement, periodic cleaning of these lighting fixtures, lamp reflectors, and room surfaces regularly to maintain better level of illumination, and also placing those luminaires at proper height. So luminaires of higher space to height ratio. Next, higher reflectance surface of the room, proper selection of lighting, task-oriented lighting. Consider lowering the fixtures to enable using less of them. Consider day lighting and sky lighting. Even paints of the walls effects. Consider light painting the walls a lighter color and using less lighting fixtures of lower wattage. Use task lighting and reduce background illumination. Utilize daylight for indoor illumination, which leads to reduction of daytime consumption of energy attributable to the illumination system. Next. So 6 rules of energy efficient lighting are: first, use the most efficient light source which is available. Rule 2, use the lamp light output efficiently. Rule 3, maintain those lighting equipment in good condition. Rule 4, use well-designed energy effective lighting systems and schemes. Rule 5, integrate daylight with electric lighting system and use control systems. And Rule 6, consider effect of surrounding decor. Next. So 8.2 is design. So now you have got some idea of what kind of energy efficiency improvement, energy monitoring can be done, and where the energy saving opportunities lie within the organization. So now we come to clause 8.2 of ISO 50001, which talks about the design. The organization shall consider energy performance improvement opportunities during the design of new, modified or innovated facilities, equipment systems, and processes with significant impacts. And result of this consideration should be integrated into the design specifications and the procurement processes of the organization. And records must be maintained to demonstrate the incorporation of energy performance considerations. So important criteria for design is: consider energy performance improvement opportunities during the design of new, modified or innovated facilities, equipment systems and processes which can have a significant impact on energy usage. And output of this design review must be integrated into the design specifications of your products and the procurement processes. For example, purchase of energy efficient motors and other energy efficient devices like LEDs, fans, refrigerators, air conditioners, etc. When you are basically modifying your facilities, or when you are adding on to your facilities, or you are doing some renovation or replacement activity. So consider improvement opportunities in design. So you consider some alternate energy sources, better performance tracking. You consider automation also, and you consider energy efficiency for equipment operating with variable loads. So these have to be considered during the concept design, the tendering and procurement stage, construction stage, commissioning stage, and handing over to the operations. Next. Now comes the procurement part, because procurement or purchase also has an important role in the energy management system. organization shall establish criteria to evaluate energy performance over the expected operating lifetime when procuring energy using products, equipment, and services with significant energy impacts. Because you have identified what equipment would be required, which are energy guzzlers or use high energy within the organization. So when you are placing an order for procurement, then you need to have a established criteria for evaluating their energy performance over a expected lifetime of that particular device or equipment. And suppliers must be informed that energy performance is a procurement evaluation criteria. Because normally what happens is the procurement department, what it does, it gets quotation from 2-3 vendors, and then based on the lowest quotation criteria, that particular device or equipment is purchased. But then these suppliers must be asked that they also have to, wherever applicable, they must also give information related to the energy and performance. For example, the cost of a 3-star air conditioners would be less than the cost of a 5-star is 5-star rated air conditioner. So let us say if one supplier is quoting for 3-star, let us say if they are just quoting 2-ton air conditioner without mentioning the star rating. So one with lower star rating definitely would cost less, and one with higher star rating would cost more. So that way, organization may take a wrong decision and may buy up equipment which is costing a little less. But then suppliers should also be informed, okay, you are quoting, but then also quote the star rating of that particular device or equipment or the item so that you can take a informed decision. So it is very important that suppliers must be informed that energy performance is a procurement evaluation criteria, and that must be clearly mentioned in their quotation. Specifications for ensuring the energy performance of procured equipment, services, and energy purchases must be defined and communicated. So even some very well organized organization, they have got a purchase manual also, specifications manual also. So in that specification manual, they must clearly specify the equipment which they are going to procure, what kind of energy performance or what kind of star rating, if it is applicable, would be considered while raising a purchase order or while buying the item. Specifications for ensuring the energy performance of procured equipment, services, and energy purchases must be defined and communicated within the organization and also to the suppliers or contractors. So when you are making your procurement decisions, so energy efficiency of that equipment or device or item must be an important criteria. So consider energy in procurement decisions. Inform suppliers that offers are evaluated also based on the energy aspects. Include energy criteria in your procurement specifications, and always consider energy efficient products and services, and ensure this properly communicated to your suppliers. Next. So this is a recap of clause number 8. So it talks about operational planning and control, it talks about design, and it talks about improvement. Consider energy improvement opportunities in design of new or renovated facilities, equipment, and systems, and consider energy performance aspects in procurement decisions. Yeah, next, I think there will be an exercise. Next, yeah.
Thank you, Atul sir. So there is another workshop. Sagar, please share the chat barcode on the screen and link in the chat box.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So dear participant, you can access the question of this workshop from this barcode. You can scan the barcode from your mobile phone and submit your responses. And also you can access the questions from the link in the chat box. Mr. Sagar has already shared the link in the chat box. So I request all dear participants to participate actively in these workshops so that we could have maximum responses for the questions. After we receive few of the responses, we will initiate the stats. Sagar, please check. Your screen is not visible actually. There is some technical glitch.
Wait.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Mohammad Javed Akhtar already submitted. Anil Samanji submitted the questionnaire. I would like to repeat again for those who have joined later during the training. You can access the question from the link in the chat box and submit your responses for the questions. Mr. Sagar is resolving the issue. As he resolve, he will share the barcode in the screen only. You can access questionnaires from the screen also. As of now, you can access from the link in the chat box. Mr. Tarun Tripathi ji already submitted. Pradeep Das submitted. Ahmad Ijaz submitted. Mr. Lakshmi Narayan ji already submitted. Sanjay Rajput submitted. Sunil Sharma. Now, Sagar has resolved the issue. Now you can access the barcode. Ruksar Khan already submitted. Rohit Joshi submitted. Narendrajit Kaur submitted. CEPPL submitted. Mr. Shyam Singh ji submitted. Sagar, yes. Please let us know when we receive few of the responses. Yes. Okay. Thank you. We have received 27 responses as of now. So we are starting with the questions. So the first question for the workshop, what is the primary focus of clause 8.1 in ISO 50001-2018? And the correct answer for this question, planning, implementing and controlling process related to SEUs, right? And we have got 92% responses correct ones out of 28 responses. So congratulations to all the participants who has actively submitted their responses. The next question, in clause 8.2, what must the organization consider during design activities? And the correct answer is energy performance improvement opportunities. So this is the correct answer, and 82% responses are the correct ones, and 29 responses already submitted, and more responses we are receiving. So question number 3 is, according to clause 8.3, what is the requirement when procuring energy using products? And the correct answer for this question, informing suppliers that energy performance is an evaluation criteria, right? So 90% responses are the correct one, and we have as of received 30 responses. So Sagar, move on to next, please. Thank you. What does the clause 8.1 require organization to do when managing planned changes? And the correct answer is control changes and review unintended consequences to mitigate adverse effects. And 93% responses are the correct ones. And 30, as of now, we have received 32 responses. Sagar, move on to fifth question, please. Thank you. What does clause 8.3 requires when defining procurement specifications? And the correct answer, ensure energy performance of procured equipment and services. And we have received 93 responses for this question, correct ones. And as of now, we have received 33 responses. So I again congratulate all the participants who are actively participated in this workshop. Thank you, and move on to Atul Suri sir. I request Atul Suri sir to resume the training. Thank you.
So we move to next clause number 9, which is performance evaluation. So it talks about 9.1, 9.2, 9.3. 9.1 is monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation of energy performance and the energy management system. Then evaluation of compliance with legal requirements and other applicable requirements, internal audit and management review. Next. So again, like other management system standards requirement, here also monitoring measurement is required. Monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation of energy performance and energy management system. So you need to identify what needs monitoring and measurement. For example, energy performance indicators, operation of specific energy units, action plans, actual expected energy consumption, what you will measure, how you will measure, when and how to monitor and measure, and retain the record for that because that is a mandatory requirement. Analyze the data collected and investigate any deviations and take adequate actions. Next. So when you're doing energy audits, because monitoring and measurement, you require instruments, energy audit instruments. So basically, there is a list of instruments and their application. So depends upon the requirement. So these equipment and instruments, energy audit basically it is a specialized job. So it's not that maintenance team will be able to handle and use all those equipment, but this is just for information. The these kind of instruments are used when you are making energy measurements or energy audit. So flue gas analyzer is used. It is used for optimizing the combustion efficiency for boilers and furnaces, etc. Used flue gas analyzer is used for optimizing the combustion efficiency by measuring and monitoring the oxygen and CO levels in the flue gas. Flue gas means outgoing gas of the boiler, furnace, etc. and calculation of CO2 percentage in excess of air level and the efficiency. So flue gas analyzer is used. Then temperature indicators are used. These are used for measuring temperature of gases, air, liquids, slurries, semi-solid, powder, etc. using different type of probes. Then infrared thermometers are used, which are used for measuring temperature from a distance using infrared technology. Thermal insulation scanners are also used. They are used for measuring loss of energy in kilocalorie per unit area from hot cold insulated surfaces, and total loss can be obtained by multiplying the total surface under study. Then steam trap monitors are also used for performance evaluation of steam traps. Conductivity meters are used for on-the-spot water analysis of the amount of dissolved solids in water. pH meter is used for on-the-spot analysis of effective acidity or alkalinity of a solution or water. Acidity, alkalinity, water. Thermohygrometer is used for measurement of air velocity and humidification, ventilation, air conditioning and refrigeration systems, etc. Thermohygrometer is also used for measurement of humidity and temperature and calculation of dew point to find out the heat being carried away by the outgoing gases in industries where product drawing requires hot air. Ultrasonic flow meter is used for measurement of flow of liquids through pipelines of various sizes through ultrasonic sensors mounted on the pipelines. U-tube manometer is used for measurement of differential pressure, and digital manometer is also used for the same purpose. Next. Then we have different other gauges and instruments also. Whiz gauge is used for measurement of differential viscosity. Lube oil test kit is used for testing the lube oil. Non-contact tachometer is used for measurement of speed of rotation equipment. Demand analyzer is used for measurement and analysis of electrical load and demand control. Power analyzer is used for checking the quality of power, electrical power. Harmonic analyzer is used for analysis of harmonics in power system. Lux meter is used for measurement of illumination level. Then there are different clip-on digital watt meter, PF meter, ampere meter. So they are used for measurement of power, power factor, current without interrupting the connections. Then there is a digital multimeter also, which is used for measurement of current, voltage, resistance, etc. Frequency meter is there, which is used for measurement of power supply frequency. So you need to have appropriate energy auditing or energy measuring instruments also installed on your system. Then only you can identify the opportunities, and then only you can identify, you can have the measurement data. Next. Then you also need to comply with the legal requirements. So as I said, there is Energy Conservation Act, and there are corresponding rules also which need to be followed by the industry as applicable. So Compliance with the legal requirements and other requirements. Other requirements can be customer-driven organization, customer-driven requirements, or society-related requirements, or some other requirements also related to energy management, which are applicable for the organization. So clause 9.1.2 says organization shall evaluate periodically the compliance with legal and other requirements, and organization has to maintain the record and retain the documented information. Next. So some of the legal requirements which are applicable in India. So organization has to evaluate what all is applicable for them. So there is one Energy Conservation Act which was made in 2001. So it establishes a framework for promoting energy efficiency and energy conservation measures across various sectors. So there's one government department, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, which was basically enacted, or department was made to implement the provisions of Energy Conservation Act. So as per that, those of you who are really interested, and those who want to become energy auditors, so Bureau of Energy Efficiency, it is conducting national level test also already 23, 24, I think 24th national level exam is going on. Normally it happens, maybe it is already complete now for this year. Normally it happens in the month of November. So basically, uh, candidates, the basic qualification, of course, there are two qualifications. One is an energy auditor and another is an energy manager. So energy auditor means qualified energy auditors can do energy audits. Like I'm also a qualified energy auditor, but I did in the year 2005, and thereafter I did one upgradation course also. And another category is energy manager. So for entry level criteria for energy auditor, basically eligibility criteria for that energy auditor exam is that you have to be a graduate engineer with minimum 3 years experience. And for energy manager, it is a diploma in engineering with similar 3 years experience. Energy auditor has to qualify 4 exams and 4 papers basically. And energy manager has to qualify. Basically, there are 4 papers: paper 1, 2, 3, 4. Once you qualify all those papers, then you become an energy auditor. And you qualify paper 1, 2, and 3, then you become an energy manager. So fourth paper is not there for energy managers, but for auditors it is there. And pass percentage is less. Normally, let us say on an average, the pass percentage is just 20%. So let us say if 5,000 candidates appear in a year, so just 1,000 are able to qualify all the 4 papers. But let us say if you don't qualify in a particular paper, then you can also, in the subsequent exam, you can also reappear with after paying some charges, etc. So once you qualify all those 4 papers, in fact, in my time when I did in 2005, that time there was one further Viva also, but that Viva is not there right now. So once you qualify, then you become a certified energy auditor. But there is one more guideline which is even tougher. That is a accredited energy auditor. So basically, you need to have energy auditing experience of industry. Then you need to apply to Bureau of Energy Efficiency for a particular code. For example, you have conducted energy audit in, let us say, building sector, or you have done energy audit in, say, aluminum sector, aluminum plants or chemical plants. So you have to submit the reports of your completed energy audits to Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Then there will be a panel which will evaluate those reports. Then again they will call you for an interview, and then they will qualify you. If satisfied, they will qualify you for a particular code as an accredited energy auditor. So as per that Energy Conservation Act, certain energy intensive units or sectors have been identified. For example, chemical sector, for example, this steel plants, uh, for example, fertilizer plants. So big energy guzzler plants. So the requirement is that only the accredited energy auditor can conduct those audits. Even certified energy auditors cannot do. Of course, certified energy auditors can be a team member for that particular audit, but they cannot be team leader. So accredited energy auditors have to conduct that energy audit once in 2 years. And then, of course, accredited energy auditor can have certified energy auditors as team member, and whatever the report and recommendations are, that becomes mandatory for that particular industry to follow. And then there is monitoring and verification scheme also, where they have to submit periodic returns like other management systems or like other systems. So they have to submit their periodic returns to Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and they have to demonstrate what improvement they are doing with respect to improving energy efficiency. So the basically the responsibility of implementing the Energy Conservation Act lies with Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And then there is a energy conservation code for buildings also. So these are some legal requirements which are applicable, but of course, if you have to follow electricity rules and regulations, then there is Indian Electricity Act 2003, National Electricity Policy also, then there is National Electric Code 2023, then there is National Building Code 2016. So lot many regulations and lot many codes are there which can give you basically the requirements, and also the things which are mandatory, they become a legal requirement, so that we have to follow. So this again itself it is a very vast subject. Yeah, next slide please. So then you conduct internal audit. Internal audits are to be conducted at planned intervals. Of course, internal auditing we will discuss in detail in the last session, that is the internal auditing methodology, etc. But just to cover right now, as a requirement of the standard, internal audits are to be conducted at planned intervals. Again, like other management system, the organization has to define what is that planned interval, whether it is once in 3 months, 6 months, or at least once in a year. The basic idea is to evaluate if the energy management system is conforming to the requirements, to determine this energy management system is properly implemented and maintained within the organization, then to evaluate if the energy management system helps the company to improve its energy performance, and also to identify the opportunities for improvement. So this is the requirement of internal audit. So we will discuss internal auditing methodology, planning, execution of internal audit, the qualities or the protocols for internal auditors, etc. in detail in the subsequent slides. So next. So these are the steps in the process: identify competent auditors, develop and implement an internal audit program, then plan each internal audit, collect information, make audit notes, record non-conformities and identify opportunities for improvement, prepare an internal audit report, and communicate the results to the top management. So this just demonstrates the block diagram. Next. Then next, management review also. Again, management review is a requirement of all the management system standards. So likewise for energy management system also, management review needs to be conducted at planned intervals. Again, the interval is decided by the management. The basic idea is to ensure the continuing suitability and adequacy and effectiveness of the energy management system. So conduct your internal audit at planned intervals. Then input elements are there, such as changes, trends, status of action, opportunities for improvement, energy policy, objectives, energy performance, improvement, etc. So all these things are to be considered in your management review. Then there are some output elements also, like opportunities for improvement, changes, objectives and targets, ideas, resource allocation, etc. And you have to maintain the records, retain documented information, the minutes of the meeting. Next. So the management review inputs include consideration of, these are the mandatory inputs which you have to consider when you are conducting the management review. Management review shall include consideration of the status of action from previous management reviews, the changes in your external and internal issues and associated risk and opportunities which are relevant for the energy management system. Then information on the energy performance management system performance, which includes the trends in what kind of non-conformities have occurred and what corrective actions have been taken, what monitoring and measurement results have been followed, what have been the results of audits, internal audit, external audit, customer audit, supplier audit, etc. And also the result of evaluation of compliance with legal requirements and other requirements which are applicable for the organization. The opportunities for continual improvement, including those applicable for the competence part, the energy policy. Next. And this energy performance input to management review shall include the extent to which the objectives and energy targets have been met, and energy performance based on monitoring and measurement results, including the energy performance indicators and the status of action plans. Next. And management review input is followed by the management review output. The decisions and actions which are taken in the output. So these are output of the management review shall include decisions related to the opportunities to improve performance, energy performance, the energy policy, energy performance indicators or energy baseline, objectives, energy targets, action plans, and other elements of energy management system, and actions to be taken if they are not achieved, the opportunities to improve integration with business processes, allocation of resources, and improvement of competence awareness and communication. Yeah, next. So this is a recap of clause number 9. Measure and monitor energy performance data, analyze and evaluate results, evaluate compliance with legal and other applicable requirements, conduct internal audit of the energy management system at defined intervals, and ensure that management review meetings take place as per the periodicity decided by the management. Yeah, next for the exercise.
Thank you, Atul sir. So, dear participants, we are having another workshop right now. Sagar has already shared barcode in the screen. You can access the barcode to submit your responses. And also, yes, Sagar already shared the link in the chat box. You can also access the questions from the link as well. So we will wait for a few responses to come. The participants who have just joined this training session and submitting the responses first time for the workshop, I repeat again for them. You can access the questions from by scanning this barcode. Okay, and as well you can access the questions from link provided in the chat box. Thank you. Mr. Mohammad Javed Akhtar already submitted. Narendrajit Kaur submitted, done. Mr. Tarun Tripathi submitted. Ranjana submitted. Sunil Sharma has already submitted. Mr. Pradeep Das Chandan submitted. Rukhsar Khan submitted. Mr. Amrik Singh Sani, Mr. Lakshmi Narayan Ji, Harish Srivastav, Ahmed Ijad submitted. Sanjay Rajput submitted. That's great. We are having responses increasing. Mr. Shyam Singh Ji submitted. Sanjay Rajput submitted. Sagar, please let me know once we have received few responses. Thank you, Sagar. We have, as of now, we have received 29 responses for this workshop. So we are going with the questions. The first question for the workshop, what is the primary purpose of clause 9.1 in ISO 50001-2018? And the correct answer, we have received 30 responses and 100% responses are the correct ones. Correct answer is monitoring, measuring, analyzing energy performance. So kudos to all participants who have submitted correct answers. Sagar, please move on to next question. Okay. The next question, second question, according to clause 9.2, what is the primary objective of internal audits? And the correct answer is to determine if the EA energy management system conforms to ISO 50001 and is effectively implemented. And for this question, we have received 87% responses correct. And we have received as of now 33 responses. Again, congratulations to all. Sagar, please move on to next question. Okay, the third question for this workshop, what does the clause 9.3 require during the management review? And the correct answer, review of energy performance, ENMS suitability and improvement opportunity. And out of 33 responses, we have received 100%. So it's basically, it shows your activeness, or you can say actively participation during the training session, right? The response is revealing that. So again, congratulations to all participants. Sagar, please move on to next question. The fourth question is, which of the following is a required input for management review as per clause 9.3? And the correct answer for this question, results of internal audit and energy performance evaluation. And we have received 96% correct answers. Again, congratulations to all participants. And it is increasing 97%. Sagar, please move on to next question. The fifth question is, how should an organization ensure the effectiveness of monitoring and measurement as per clause 9.1? And the correct answer is, use suitable methods to measure energy performance and maintain documented information. So for this, we have received 94% of the correct responses. And as of now, we have received 36 responses. So again, heartfelt congratulations to all, and thank you for all submitting actively participation in this workshop. Thank you. So now in this training session, we will be having a lunch break right now. Okay. And we will resume the training session 50 for ISO 50001 at sharp at 2 p.m. So I request all participants to just remain mute yourself and just switch off their videos and kindly resume or rejoin the, you can say, this training session at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Mr. Shetty, there is a one request. Can you please help me to join from other phone, because this phone is going to be die very soon.
Yeah. You can join from the other phone, the same link. I'll admit you. Okay.
Yeah, just admit me. I'm still in outside.
Just a second. Gentlemen, could you please join again, because I'm not seeing you in the lobby. Anyone who wants to ask any question or queries? We have 5-10 minutes.
So after this 9 close, how many closes more we have? Like what is the rest part will be covering?
See,
We will be
this
having
standard
one.
got
Yes, sir.
10
please,
clauses.
yes.
So this standard has got 10 clauses.
Hello, sir.
Okay.
Hello, sir. I have a question.
Yeah.
Hello, Rohit here. Sir, I have a question.
Yeah, please ask.
Sir,
So right now, Mr. Nagy, can you please help me to join?
if we exit from this link, can we join in similar manner at 2 p.m.?
Yes.
I want to shut down my PC. If I join from the same link at 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Nagy ji, can you see me outside in the lobby?
Not yet. Mr. Sagar, have you seen anyone joined in the lobby?
No.
Not yet.
For me, it is showing like someone in the meeting should let you soon.
Okay, let us see this information for next 10 minutes. We will break at 1 p.m. for lunch. So tips for energy conservation for industries. So as I gave you an example of Bureau of Energy Efficiency, so that website is quite informative, and they have basically shared some or uploaded some tips for energy conservation for industries also. So that let us review in another 5-10 minutes. So there are different kind of utilities which use energy. So one of them is boilers, which comes under thermal utilities. So there are some tips for energy conservation for boilers. So can you just scroll upwards? Yeah, slowly, so that I can read. Yeah, just slowly. Boilers. So preheat. So some tips for energy conservation for boilers are preheat combustion air with waste heat. So 22 degrees centigrade reduction in flue gas temperature increases boiler efficiency by 1%. Use variable speed drives on large boiler combustion air fans with variable flows. Burn waste if permitted. Insulate exposed heated oil tanks. Clean burners. These are all good practices which you need to follow in your respective industry as applicable. Clean burners, nozzles, strainers, etc. Inspect oil heaters for proper oil temperature. Close burner air and or stack dampers when the burner is off to minimize heat loss of the stack. Improve oxygen trim control. For example, limit excess air to less than 10% on clean fuels.
What
The
is the
formula
name?
is 5. Hello.
What's the name of this?
5%. Pardon?
What is the name of this website? Like from this you're downloading this.
Bureau of Energy Efficiency, BEE.
Bureau of Energy Efficiency.
Bureau of Energy Efficiency. This is the regulatory body for energy conservation or monitoring energy efficiency in India. BEE. आपने
Okay.
BIS का नाम सुना होगा ना, Bureau of Indian Standards.
Right.
So likewise, there is a department which is known as Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So this department was opened somewhere around year 2000 or so. So the basic objective of this department is to promote energy efficiency or energy conservation measures in industry. So a lot of information is there on energy conservation aspects, energy efficiency aspects. Even they are doing cluster study also, different industrial areas, different type of industries, and what kind of good or bad practices are there, and what can be the solutions. So they have come out with, of course, this information is also a bit old. So because newer technology keep on coming and good practices also need to be validated periodically. But this is one example which I'm sharing, and you can find plenty of information which is applicable for your industry by going through this website. So I'm just reading out some good practices which are applicable for different type of industries. For example, in boilers, we were discussing this particular point. 5% reduction in excess air increases boiler efficiency by 1%, or 1% reduction of residual air oxygen in stack gas increases boiler efficiency of 1%. See, this particular standard energy management system, it is basically a technical oriented standard. So a lot of technical expertise is there. So only, for example, many of you may not, I'm just telling ki many of you may not have even seen boiler, what kind of equipment it is. But those who understand boiler, those who are doing operation and maintenance of boilers, they will understand, they will find these inputs very useful. So maybe in your particular organization, even though you may not be a maintenance guy or operation and maintenance guy, but at least you can share these good practices, or you can tell about this website to your concerned maintenance team or energy management team. Okay. So reduction of 1% reduction of residual oxygen in stack gas increases boiler efficiency by 1%. Automate optimize boiler blowdown, recover boiler blowdown heat. Use boiler blowdown to help warm the backup boiler. Optimize de-aerator venting. Inspect door gaskets. Inspect for scale and sediment on the water side. Thumb rule is that 1 millimeter thick scale, because normally what happens ki scaling is there, deposits are there. So this deposits 1 mm thick scale deposit on the water side could increase fuel consumption by 5 to 8%. So proper cleaning is very important, cleaning and maintenance. थोड़ा ऊपर scroll करो इसको. Just hold on. बस रुक जाओ. Inspect for soot, fly ash and the slag on the fire site. Again, 3 mm thick soot deposition on the heat transfer surface can cause an increase in fuel consumption to the tune of 2.5%. So proper, जैसे आप इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स की कैलिब्रेशन करते हैं ना, वैसे ही आपको अपने जो इक्विपमेंट्स हैं, डिवाइसेस हैं, जो एनर्जी गजलर्स हैं, उनका भी प्रॉपर ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस एंड कैलिब्रेट करना जरूरी है, so that the fuel consumption is optimized. Optimize boiler water treatment. Add an economizer to preheat boiler feed water using exhaust heat. Recycle steam condensate. Study part load characteristics and cycling costs to determine the most efficient mode for operating multiple boilers. Consider multiple or modular boiler units instead of one or two large boilers. And establish boiler efficiency management maintenance program. Start with an energy audit and follow up. Then make a boiler efficiency maintenance program a part of your continuous energy management program. Next, steam system. After discussing this steam system, we will break for lunch and then we'll continue after lunch. So steam system, fixed steam leaks and condensate leaks. A 3 mm diameter hole on a pipeline carrying 7 kg per centimeter square steam would waste 33 kiloliter of fuel oil per year. So you can calculate the cost. 33,000 liter of fuel wastage per year if there is a 3 diameter hole on a pipeline carrying steam. And steam may, because we also audit, we visit different industries. So steam wastage so we find quite common. So you can understand what amount of fuel or 33,000 liter fuel की cost क्या है. You can roughly 33 lakh rupees, 30 to 35 lakh rupees. So just by preventing that hole or plugging that hole, you can save on this fuel wastage cost. Accumulate work orders for repair of steam leaks that can't be fixed during the heating season due to system shutdown requirements. Tag each such leak with a durable tag with a good description. Use back pressure steam turbines to produce lower steam pressures. Use more efficient steam de-superheating methods. Ensure process temperatures are correctly controlled. Maintain lowest acceptable process steam pressures, because at what pressure you need to use the steam in the process. It should not be over pressure also, because over pressure means you are wasting steam. Reduce hot water wastage to drain. तो normally कई company जो hot water condensate होता है, they recollect it and reclaim it. Next, scroll करो, ऊपर करो. बस. Yeah. Remove or blank off all redundant steam piping. Ensure condensate is returned or reused in the process. Thumb rule is 6 degrees centigrade rise in feed water temperature by economizer / condensate recovery corresponds to 1% saving in fuel consumption in boiler. Preheat boiler feed water. Recover boiler blowdown. Check operation of steam traps. Remove air from indirect steam using equipment. Then thumb rule is 0.25 mm thick air. भी कॉल बैक करता हूँ 2 मिनट में. 0.25 mm thick air film offers the same resistance to heat transfer as a 330 mm thick copper wall. Inspect steam traps regularly and repair malfunctioning traps promptly. Consider recovery of vent system, for example, on large flash tanks. Use waste steam for water heating. Use an absorption chiller to condense exhaust steam before returning the condensate to the boiler. Use electric pumps instead of steam injectors when cost benefits permit. And most important for boilers, establish a steam efficiency maintenance program. Start with an energy audit and follow up, and then make a steam efficiency maintenance program a part of your continuous energy management program. So boiler efficiency program monitoring, steam efficiency maintenance program monitoring, and energy audit should be part of your energy management system if it is applicable for your industry.
So good afternoon, all attendees, and welcome back to the ISO 50001 training session, internal audit training session. So hope everyone has joined.
So we were discussing the tips for energy saving for various equipment as suggested by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So the next is furnace. So furnaces check against infiltration of air, use doors or air curtains, monitor O2, CO2, CO, and control excess air to the optimum level, improve burner design, combustion control and instrumentation, ensure that the furnace combustion chamber is under slight positive pressure, use ceramic fibers in case of batch operations, match the load to the furnace capacity, retrofit with heat recovery device, investigate cycle times and reduce, provide temperature controllers, ensure that the flame does not touch the stock. So these are some good practices for energy saving or energy conservation in furnaces. Scroll karo thoda down. So insulation, because insulation is a source of energy loss. So always repair damaged insulation. A bare steam pipe of 150 mm diameter and 100-meter length carrying saturated steam at 8 kg per centimeter square would waste 25,000 liters furnace oil in a year. So damaged insulation has to be set right. Insulate any hot or cold metal or insulation. Replace wet insulation. Use an infrared gun to check for cold wall areas during cold weather or hot wall areas during hot weather. Ensure that insulated surfaces are cladded with aluminium. Insulate all flanges, valves and couplings. Insulate open tanks. So 70% heat losses can be reduced by floating a layer of 45 mm diameter polypropylene balls on the surface of 90 degrees centigrade hot liquid oblique condensate. Next, scroll करो ऊपर. Waste heat recovery. So recover heat from flue gas because जो flue gas होता है that also contains heat. So now many organizations they are implementing this waste heat recovery mechanisms. Recover heat from flue gas, engine cooling water, engine exhaust, even from DG set exhaust also. Engine exhaust, low pressure waste steam, drawing oven exhaust, boiler blowdown, etc. Recover heat of incinerator of gas. And you can use this waste heat further for fuel oil heating, boiler feed water heating, outside air heating, etc. And use chiller based heat to preheat hot water. Use heat pumps, use absorption refrigeration, and use thermal wheels, round around systems, heat pipe systems, and air to air exchangers. Next come the electrical utilities. Okay. So electrical distribution system, advise the tariff structure with utility supplier, because there are different tariff structures depending upon the time, depending upon the contract demand, etc. So you can optimize the tariff structure with your utility supplier. Schedule your operations to maintain a high load factor. Shift loads to off-peak times if possible, because sometimes there is different tariff for different time of the day. So shift loads to off-peak times, because off-peak times may energy charges are lesser, correspondingly lesser. Shift loads to off-peak times if possible. Maximize demand by tripping loads through a demand controller. Stagger startup time for equipment for large starting currents to minimize load peaking, because what happens is when you switch on any electrical motor, so there is high inrush of current, and if you simultaneously turn on all the equipment, then definitely there'll be huge inrush current for the starting current, and you will violate your peak load requirement. So stagger startup times for equipment with large starting currents to minimize load peaking. Use standby electrical generator equipment for on-peak high load periods. Correct power factor to at least 0.9. So nowadays, even power factor is being maintained as 0.99. So this is an old thing. Power factor factor, but at least 0.9 should be there. But now it is being maintained because automatic power factor controllers are installed in the equipment. So power factor can be controlled as good as 0.99. Relocate transformers close to main loads. Set transformer taps to optimum settings. Disconnect primary power to transformers that do not serve any active loads, because transformers have their own losses. So if transformers don't have any active load, then it is better to disconnect primary power to those transformers. Consider on-site electrical generation or cogeneration. Export power to grid if you have any surplus in your captive generation. So this is now being done in case of solar energy, because once you install a solar energy and you integrate with the grid, so any surplus electricity being generated by solar system, it goes back to the grid, and then your electricity charges will get reduced by proportionate amount. Check utility electrical meter with your own meter, accuracy of that meter. Shut off unnecessary computers, printers, and copiers at night. Otherwise, also when not in use. Further down, धीरे motors. So motors, basically motors are the most energy guzzlers which are used in industry, because most of the equipment they have got energy motors, electrical motors. So properly sized to the load for optimum efficiency. High efficiency motors, there are high efficiency energy motors also. So basically, why they are known as high efficiency motors? Because they have got better, because motor is composed of CRGO laminations and windings. So they have better quality of raw material, that is copper, which is used for winding purpose, and the CRGO, CRGO, which is used for making stator, etc. So basically it has lower losses. So those are high efficiency motors. So these high efficiency motors offer 4 to 5% higher efficiency as compared with the standard motors. But of course they are little bit costly. So, but it depends on how much, what is the usage, how many hours of the day you use those motors. Use energy efficient motors when economical. Use synchronous motors to improve power factor. Check alignment. Ensure proper ventilation. For every 10 degrees centigrade rise in motor operating temperature over recommended peak, the motor life is estimated to be halved. So your maintenance cost will increase. Check for under voltage and over voltage conditions. Balance the three-phase power supply, because three-phase supply R by B, they should have a balanced load. And imbalanced voltage can reduce 3 to 5% in motor input power. Demand efficiency restoration after motor rewinding, because motor rewinding depends on the skill of the technician who is doing it, and if it is not done properly, proper alignment is not there, then efficiency can reduce by 5 to 10%. Next. Then there are drives also attached to the motors. Use variable speed drives for large variable loads. Use high efficiency gear sets. Use precision alignment. Check belt tension regularly. Eliminate variable pitch pulleys. Use flat belts as alternatives to V belts. Use synthetic lubricants for large gearboxes. Eliminate eddy current couplings. Shut them off when not needed. Then fans. Use smooth, well-rounded air inlet cones for fan air intakes. Avoid poor flow distribution at the fan inlet. Minimize fan inlet and outlet obstructions. Clean screens, filters, and fan blades regularly. Use aerofoil shaped fan blades. Minimize fan speed, use it as per requirement. Use low slip or flat belts. Check the belt tension regularly. Eliminate variable pitch pulleys and use variable speed drives for larger variable fan loads. Next, karo. Then after fans comes blowers. Fans niche blowers. Use smooth, well-rounded air inlet ducts or cones for air intakes. Minimize blower inlet and outlet obstructions. Clean screens and filters regularly. Minimize blower speed. Use low slip or no slip belts. Check belt tension regularly. eliminate belt tension, eliminate variable pitch pulleys, use VFDs, variable speed drives for large variable low loads, use energy efficient motors for continuous or near continuous operations, eliminate duct work leaks, and turn blowers off when they are not needed. Then pumps, operate pumps near the best efficiency point, modify pumping to minimize throttling, adapt to wide load variation with variable speed drives or sequence control of smaller units. Stop running both pumps, add an auto start for an online spare, or add a booster pump in the problem area. Use booster pumps for small loads requiring high pressures. So likewise, there are checkpoints. They are basically, these are energy conservation measures. So can you just scroll fast so that what all categories are covered? Pumps are there, then compressors, compressed air, further down, then chillers, HVAC, heating, ventilation, air conditioning. Next, refrigeration, cooling towers. Next, lighting, DG sets. Next, buildings. So for buildings, there is energy conservation building code also. So the latest version is year 2017 with some amendments. Okay, next. So there are checkpoints for building also. Then there are checkpoints for water and wastewater also, sewage treatment plant or effluent treatment plant. Next. And then miscellaneous. So the source is Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So those who are interested, you can go through the Bureau of Energy Efficiency BEE website, and you will get a lot of good ideas where you can save energy in your organization as applicable, depending upon the kind of infrastructure and depending upon the kind of equipment you have. So basically, you have to consider all energy consuming devices in your organization and follow the best practices so that the demand of energy or fuel gets reduced. Yeah, you can close it and go back to that slides again. Okay, so now we come to the last clause, that is clause 10, improvement. So there are two subclauses, 10.1, which is non-conformity and corrective actions, and 10.2, which is continual improvement. So this is the definition, non-conformity and corrective action. Non-conformity is non-fulfillment of any requirement is known as non-conformity. And correction is which addresses the effect of the non-conformity, and corrective action is based on the root cause of the non-conformity. Non-conformity and corrective action. So non-conformity, for example, non-conformity energy performance aspects are not taken into consideration for procurement of production line, and suppliers have not been informed that energy issues are considered as criteria for evaluation of offers. For example, as I said, let us say you are procuring motors, pumps, or fans, blowers, etc. Depending upon the production line requirement, then in that case, you need to consider the energy performance aspects also that need to be considered by the organization as well as intimated to the suppliers. So let us say it was not followed. Then correction is immediate action taken to resolve it. So revise procurement documentation to include energy performance issues and inform suppliers on the matter. So the cause of this was, root cause was, purchasing personnel is not aware of the requirements of ISO 50001 standard. So corrective action is providing adequate training and awareness to the purchasing personnel. And the last clause of ISO 50001 is continual improvement. So you have to demonstrate improvement. Organization shall continually improve its energy management system and shall demonstrate continual energy performance improvement. So improvement in energy performance when there is a decrease in total energy consumption, that is conditions remain stable, and there is a decrease in energy consumption per production unit because you are monitoring kilowatt hour per unit of production. So if the trend is declining, so that shows improvement in the energy performance. Or a reduce or delay in the performance reduction curve of equipment. So by following good work practices, good energy management practices, so the operation and maintenance of equipment improves. So that is also an example of reduction or delay in performance reduction curve of the equipment. So that means performance or the delivery output of that particular equipment improves. So that is a demonstration of improvement in energy performance. Next, another improvement in energy performance can be staff training and awareness, reduction in number of non-conformities, better integration with the business processes, and more suggestions are coming for improvement from the company personnel. Yes, next. So there is an exercise. Fine.
Thank you, Atul sir. Sagar, can you share this barcode on the screen? All right, thank you. So, dear participants, we have another workshop. The barcode is already shared on the screen. And Mr. Sagar, I request you to share the link in the chat box. Done. It is done. Thank you. So, participants, you can access the link as well from the chat box. And request all participants to submit their responses for this workshop. He has shared some query. Please share the document after meeting over. Yes. All participants, you will be getting the PPT in your registered mail after the training has been completed. So don't worry about that. Mr. Akhtar already submitted. Ranjana submitted. Narendrajit Kaur submitted. Manpreet Singh ji submitted. Ahmad Ijaz submitted. So, all right. So we have received 27 responses as of now. So let's start with the questions. The first question for this workshop: what is the primary focus of clause 10.1 in ISO 50001:2018? So the correct answer is identifying and implementing opportunities for continual improvement. And for this, we have 90% correct responses. So congratulations to all participants who have submitted their responses actively. Sagar, please move on to next question. All right. Second question is, which of the following is required under clause 10.2 for handling non-conformities? And the correct answer for this question: taking corrective action and eliminate the cause of non-conformities. And out of 31 responses already received, we have got 87% the correct answers. Sagar, move on to next question, please. Okay, question number 3. What is the role of corrective actions as per clause 10.2? And the correct answer is to prevent reoccurrence of identified non-conformities. And we have got 80% correct answers for this question. Again, congratulations to all participants. Sagar, move on to next question. Fourth question is, what should be organization do when a non-conformity is identified? The correct answer for this question: review the non-conformity and determine its cause. And we have got 90% correct answer for this question. Again, kudos to all participants. Sagar, move on to next, please. Okay, the fifth question: what is the key element of continual improvement in 10.1, clause 10.1? And the correct answer for this question: optimizing energy performance and energy management system effectiveness. And the correct answer percentage is 96%, and we have received 32 responses already submitted. So I again giving my thankful to all participants who have actively submitted their responses. And now I am handing over to Atul Suri sir to resume the training session. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to share one example of legal requirements. So can you open that Energy Conservation Building Code 2018 I shared yesterday?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 22.
इंग्लिश जहाँ से इंग्लिश का शुरू हो रहा है
Okay, wait.
बस बस
Yes.
बस ऊपर करो हाँ so this is one example of legal requirement which is applicable for an organization. This is with respect to the buildings. So these rules are called energy conservation. This is a notification from Ministry of Power and it was published on 13th February 2018. So this is basically with respect to Energy and Conservation Act 2001. So what they have done is they have made a rules. These rules may be called Energy Conservation Building Code 2018 and then they become applicable from the date of publication. Further scroll karo, down karo. So I'll tell you what exactly is the requirement. ये definitions है, leave it further. हाँ, एक मिनट और ऊपर करो. हाँ, so these rules apply to every building which is used or intended to be used for commercial purposes, having a connected load of 100 kilowatt or above, or a contract demand of 120 kVA or above, and such building shall cover the following components. So any building which has a connected load of more than 100 kilowatt or a contract demand of 120 kVA, these rules are applicable, and such building shall cover the following components. So building envelope, comfort systems and controls, that is heating, ventilation and air conditioning services, hot water system, lighting and controls, electrical and renewable energy systems, and any another system as may be specified from time to time by the bureau. Okay. So what is to be done is come to point number 4, compliance mechanism. So such kind of buildings or the building owners, they have to submit a compliance report. The compliance of energy performance of a building shall be ensured by the owner by following either of the following methods, namely prescriptive method. So that building shall comply with mandatory requirements and prescriptive requirements as specified in the code. So there is a energy conservation building code 2017 also, 2017, which this building owner or the building has to comply with. For envelope components, comfort systems and controls, lighting and controls, electrical and renewable energy systems. BPO. Next, whole building performance method. The building shall comply with all mandatory.
Yes.
The building shall comply with all mandatory measures and requirements which are specified in the whole building performance method of the code and the energy performance index of the proposed design under this method shall be same or less than the energy performance index of the standard baseline design of building as follows. So energy performance index ratio is to be calculated, which is energy performance index of proposed design divided by energy performance index of the standard baseline design. So you have a standard baseline design and you have a proposed design. So you have to calculate this energy performance index ratio. The summary covering building envelope confirms comfort systems and controls, lighting and controls, and electrical and renewable energy systems, and the checklist under the prescriptive method and whole building performance method shall be as specified in the appendix D of the code. So this is what the building has to do, and this is an example of applicable legal requirements with respect to energy management system. So any building, any building which has a connected load of course, this is with respect to the new building only. So any building which is having a connected load of 100 kilowatt or a contract demand of 100 kVA, 120 kVA or above, it has to comply with this regulation. So it is a mandatory rule for them. Okay, you can close it and come back to the slides. So this ISO 50001 standard, which is applicable for the organization, the certification is provided by Quality Asia. So any organization can achieve this ISO 50001 certification, and this certificate is awarded for 3 years. So normally there is a initial audit, initial certification audit, which comprises of stage 1 audit and stage 2 audit, and then there are 2 annual surveillance audits. So this certificate is valid for 3 years, and further details you can find in the website of Quality Asia. Next. So what is an audit? This is the definition of audit. Audit is a systematic, independent and documented process for obtaining audit evidence and evaluating it objectively to determine the extent to which the audit criteria are fulfilled. So audit is a systematic activity. It is an independent activity. and it includes documented process. So that means documented also for obtaining the evidence and evaluating it in order to understand the extent to which the audit criteria or the norms for the audits are fulfilled. So some alternative definitions are impartial, documented activity. It follows written checklists and documentation. It uses the examination of audit evidence to determine the existence of the objective evidence. And the basic objective is to verify that applicable processes of the relevant management system have been identified and are effectively controlled. So important thing to understand is audit is a systematic activity, planned activity, and it is also a documented process for obtaining the evidence and evaluating that evidence with respect to the norms to ensure that the audit criteria or the norms are fulfilled. And if the norms are not fulfilled, then those norms are identified and raised as a non-conformance existing in the system. And then adequate root cause and corrective actions have to be taken. Next. So when you're doing audits, so there are certain norms or requirements for the audit. So that is timely access to facilities, documents, and personnel, including the top management, because top management also has to be involved in the audit process. Then there are defined auditing procedures and methods. Support and involvement of top management is required. And most importantly, you need to have a competent audit team also to conduct the audit. And this audit has to be an impartial and objectively done by the audit team. Next. So normally there are three types of audits: first party audit, second party audit, and third party audit. So first party audit is when you are doing internal audit, then that is known as a first party audit because you are auditing your own management system. Any management system, it can be quality, it can be environment, it can be health and safety, information security, energy management, food safety, etc. Then the other audit is known as second party audit when you are auditing your vendors or suppliers with respect to any management system which you want your supplier to fulfill or meet the requirements. So that is a second party audit. And when the audit is done by an independent body, that is known as a third party audit. For example, the audit done by the certification body is known as a third party audit. Next. So there are different phases in an audit. So phases of an audit include planning, preparation, performance, reporting, and follow-up. Again, PDCA cycle: plan your audit, do your audit, check, and take action. Planning, preparation, performance, reporting, and follow-up. So these are phases of an audit. So when you are planning the audit stage, you need to decide on the frequency, the timing, the responsibility of persons who are doing this audit, conducting the audit, the criteria for the audit, the scope of the audit, method followed for auditing, and also the duration of the audit. Next. So when you are planning internal audit, frequency timing depends upon the status and importance of the activity. For example, the key processes have to be given more time for auditing compared to support processes. Then responsibility lies with the competent auditor with the reference knowledge of the standard, technical knowledge. Criteria: organization's own procedures, specifications, documents, and the standard with reference to which you are doing audit. For example, ISO 9001, 14001, 45001, 50001, or any standard against which you are auditing. Scope is a process of the audit, an area of the audit, an area of the company, or the whole organization. The scope is basically the boundary in which you are doing the audit. And duration of the audit depends upon the size of the scope. Next. So when you're doing second party audit, that means your suppliers audit, then frequency and timing are normally decided by the organization, and responsibility also is given to a competent auditor having the desired subject knowledge. For example, if you are auditing energy management system, then you must have not technical knowledge with respect to the processes of ISO 50001. Otherwise, you cannot do an audit. Okay, so technical knowledge of the energy equipment and their maintenance, operation and maintenance activities is a prerequisite for becoming an competent auditor for ISO 50001. The criteria for audit can be contractual obligations, organization's own management systems, ISO standard, or any other agreed standards. And scope also can be the whole facility or a particular area of the company or a particular product line. And duration also depends on the scope, size of the scope. Next. So likewise, third-party audits are done. Third-party audits are done by the certification body and they follow the accreditation norms. So here frequency and timing depends upon the norms as decided by certification body's own procedures, which are further based on accreditation requirements. Here the responsibility lies with the qualified auditors, again with technical knowledge and experience. So certification body approves only those auditors who qualify for a particular code or for a particular standard, and they have a desired technical knowledge as well as experience to do the audit. Criteria can be any management system standard for which the particular auditor is qualified. And scope, again, scope is decided by the client. So entire organization and management system operations as defined by the particular standard. And again, here also duration of the audit depends on the accreditation requirements, because the procedure is like this: you apply to a certification body and you give the details about your manpower and the processes and equipment, and accordingly they have certain guidelines. Based on that guidelines, and of course keeping the accreditation requirements in view, they tell you about the duration of the audit, and this duration is normally decided or explained in terms of man days of audit. Yeah, next. So audit preparation is done. So when audit preparation is done, you notify the person or the process to be audited and agree on a date and time. Then you prepare or review certain or update certain check sheets. You review the documents, procedures, forms, previous reports, corrective action requests, work instructions, etc., which are applicable for that particular process or document area. And then brief introduction is done by the auditor or the audit team to the auditees. Next. Sometimes auditors also use the checklist, though the checklist use is not mandatory, but ultimately it depends on the competence or experience of the auditor, because the more the experienced auditor is, the least they require the checklist. But if you are new to the auditing or you have got very less experience in auditing, then checklists always help you in terms of as a checkpoints, what you need to check, so that you don't miss out on any important requirement. So checklist can be used as a working document and also as a record. It is basically a tool to audit company processes, and it should follow the natural process of the organization. The basic purpose of this checklist is to provide guidance to the auditor to help him to ensure that the whole area or the audit scope is covered, that is, all processes and activities are covered, and to reinforce the objective and scope of the audit. And checklist also serves the purpose of auditing record. But risk of checklist is, that is why I'm saying that experienced auditors never use checklists, because by virtue of their knowledge and experience, they know what to check and how to check. But auditors with limited experience, limited exposure to auditing, they basically use checklists so that they don't miss out on any important requirement. So the risk of checklist is it becomes too focused on a single area, and sometimes insufficient information is included to evaluate conformance in the interviews, and it is not always customized to reflect company's practices and processes. Okay, yeah, next. So audit performance. So when the actual audit happens, so normally what you do, there is an opening meeting, then you conduct the audit, then you review the findings, and then followed by a closing meeting. Next. So normally in the opening meeting, auditors or the audit team, they introduce themselves and they inform about the audit scope and the processes or the areas they will cover. They explain their reporting methodology, they explain the follow-up procedures, what will happen if some non-conformity is raised. And in the opening meeting, the auditee or the organization being audited, they also, because auditors are visiting, external auditors are visiting that organization first time, so they also inform them about what the organization is, what all processes are there, what kind of, for example, talking in context of ISO 50001. So what kind of infrastructure and equipment are there? Please mute. So what kind of infrastructure and processes or equipment are there? Okay. So basically it is required for good communication, cooperation, and openness. So these are the requirements. Yes, next please. Mute कर दीजिए please. Bhavik. Okay. So some important requirements for auditors are that the auditors must deal with the top management. The auditors must understand the key issues in the organization. They must focus on the critical processes. They must understand that this audit is being conducted for business improvement. The auditors must meet the area representatives. They must talk to those who are performing the task, explain the purpose of the visit. Auditors must be calm, polite, reassuring. Auditors should never talk down, should never act superior, and auditors should speak clearly and carefully. So these are the requirements for the auditors. Next. So source of information is there. Then you see the information, you collect audit evidence, you collect audit findings, and then you conclude audit conclusion. So source of information can be by reviewing the documents which are shown to you during the course of the audit, by interviewing the auditees and the audit team, the auditees team, and observing how the activities are being performed. You collect the information, the verification of that information is done, and it is compared with respect to the audit criteria. And finally, the review is done. And if any audit findings are there, these are reported in the audit report as audit conclusions. Next. So this audit evidence can be calculated, can be gathered by various methods. So first is people. So interviews with people, the observation of activities being conducted, interaction between various functions, activities, and processes, how the monitoring, measurement of processes and programs is being done, documents, records, reports, data summaries, reports, management information system, then asking questions to people to evaluate whether they understand the systems and the documentation. Are the employees competent or trained on that particular standard requirement? For example, we are talking about ISO 50001. So what is their knowledge and awareness related to ISO 50001 requirement? Or for that matter, any management system against which we are auditing? Is there cooperation between the teams, or any systematic problems are there in the organization or within the people? Yeah, next. Then you observe the activities also, ongoing activities, whether these processes are efficient, effectively being done in some logical sequence, any interaction between processes there. What is the significance of link between the processes? What are the process inputs? What are the process outputs? Can they be adequately identified? and how the processes are being measured, measurement of processes and programs being done with respect to the capacity, measurement, accuracy, dependability, cycle time, resource utilization, productivity, etc. Next. Then you also audit or verify the documents and records with respect to their document control, issue status, their completion status, the conditions of documentation, the legibility of documentation, how these documents are identified, what is the approval methodology of documents, the availability of documents at the desired locations or at the desired departments and processes. Then what kind of documents, data summary is there with respect to vendors analysis, internal audit, energy cost, because we are talking in terms of energy management system. So energy cost, so that is more important. The breakdown of equipment, maintenance schedule, compliance with the maintenance, uh, overall maintenance schedule or maintenance calendar, maintenance cost, okay, equipment performance, equipment efficiency reports, energy measurements, energy audit findings. So different data with respect to that particular standard that we need to verify as an audit evidence. Next. Then we also examine the evidences in terms of documents data, the accuracy of data, the completeness of data, who is authorizing the documents and procedures, who is doing the review and analysis of data, the evidences, physical evidences, basically to establish the extent of conformity or non-conformity. So audit is about capturing evidence of both conformity as well as non-conformity. It's not only that you have to record a non-conformity, but you have to also capture the conformity compliance status also, in addition to non-conformity. And then you also need to report the nature of non-conformity. What is the non-conformity? The important thing is in the audit, you cannot evaluate 100%. You have to basically do auditing on sampling basis. So sampling you have to consider according to the amount and variety of evidence. Sampling, you have to consider the maturity of the processes. You also have to, for example, in case of energy management system, you also need to see the adequacy of the equipment as well as the life of the equipment. Because let us say energy efficient equipment and devices are there, they are new equipment are there, energy efficient motors are installed, then your probing definitely would be lesser. But in case plant and machinery is quite old, lot of repair and maintenance activities have happened, so naturally the maintenance team is not good or efficient, or maintenance resources are not provided on time, or the maintenance schedule is not followed on time, or housekeeping is poor. So there are different ways and means for which auditor to conclude how much audit sample to take. So accordingly, in case of non-compliances or poor housekeeping conditions, or say non-following of procedures, your sampling size will increase. But if you find energy efficient devices and equipment, you find competent teams, you find good monitoring systems, you find automation, you find use of technology, then your sampling frequency will reduce proportionately. Next. So as I said, sometimes you use the checklist also. So checklist is to record conformity and non-conformity. Checklist also helps you to track where you are, and you have to manage the time also. Checklist helps you to control the pace of the audit and sometimes manage the auditee personalities also. Checklist helps you to ensure that all areas are covered, and it helps you to make notes for follow-up in other areas also. And these checklists can be used for future reference also. Next. So normally auditors ask such kind of questions. Questioning technique is there. Who, what, when, where, why, how. So basically to understand the processes, who is doing the process, for example, who is doing the maintenance activities of say DG set, what is being done. So what are the maintenance checkpoints? So when is the maintenance done? So that means after how many running hours maintenance of DG set is done, where it is done, the work area, place, why it is done like this and how it is done. So these are the questioning techniques for the auditors to arrive at a conclusion related to the audit findings, whether there is a conformance or non-conformance, or there is a scope for improvement. So questioning technique is who, what, when, where, why, and how. So there are 5W and 1H. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. Next. So sometimes you need to control the audit also. So insist that people being questioned answer for themselves. Then as an auditor, do little talking as possible, because as an auditor, you are asking the question and the auditee is giving you the reply or the answer. So question is always small and answer is always lengthier. So do little talking as possible. Then do not let others dictate the pace of the audit, because auditing you have a fixed time for doing audit, and if somebody tries to waste your time, then definitely you'll not be able to do a proper job. So do not let others dictate the pace of the audit. Rephrase misunderstood questions where you have used some terminology and the other person or the auditee representative is not able to understand what question is being asked. So you can always rephrase the misunderstood questions. Wherever you find some good work practices, always give compliments, say thank you, and also be aware of hidden agendas and emotional blackmails, which may come across, especially during the third party audits and or even second party audits. Yeah, next. Some basic issues is through auditing, internal auditing or external auditing, you are basically establishing that the company is demonstrating control over the processes or the operations. And always involve management in the audit process, because clause number 5 is about leadership and commitment. So management has a very important role in every standard. So you need to involve the management also in the audit process. Observe work progression wherever required, whenever required, and evaluate the evidences which are being shown to you. Examine what are the process inputs, what are the process outputs, and also make comprehensive audit notes. Yes, next. There are some more basic rules also. Seek verification. Do not assume that people will lie or give you false information, but whenever required, you can always seek to verify statements. And also very important thing is do not accept the pre-prepared samples which are shown to you by the auditees. So choose your own samples, auditing samples. Next. So these are some general principles of auditing which are expected from the auditors. Integrity, that is the foundation of professionalism. Fair presentation, the obligation to report truthfully and factfully and accurately. Due professional care, that is the application of diligence and judgment in the auditing process. Confidentiality, so whatever information is shared to you by the auditee and you capture in the audit notes, you have to preserve the confidentiality also, that is the security of information. Independence, because audit is an independent activity. So the basis for the impartiality of audit and objectivity of the audit conclusions must be followed. And most importantly, evidence-based approach, because auditing is about capturing evidences of conformance as well as non-conformance, both as applicable. So evidence-based approach is there, the rational method for reaching reliable and reproducible audit conclusions in a systematic audit process. Next. Auditor's personal attributes, ethical. So auditor has to be ethical, that is fair, truthful, sincere, honest, and discreet. Then auditor has to be open-minded, that is willing to consider alternate ideas or points of view. He also has to be diplomatic, that is because during audits you deal with a lot of people, you interact with a lot of people. So you have to be tactful also in dealing with the people. Then again, a very important requirement for auditors or attribute for auditors, observant, because you have to be quite observant how the activities are being done in the surroundings when you are on a site visit. So observant, that is actively observing physical surrounding and activities. Then perceptive, that is aware of and able to understand various situations. Versatile, that is able to readily adapt to different situations which may come up during auditing or the course of the audit. Tenacious, that means persistent and focus on achieving the objectives. Objective means audit objectives. And then he has to be decisive also, able to reach timely conclusions based on logical reasoning and analysis. And auditor has to be self-reliant, that is able to act and function independently while interacting effectively with others. So once again, I repeat, these are personal attributes of auditors: ethical, open-minded, diplomatic, observant, perceptive, versatile, tenacious, decisive, and self-reliant. Next. Then there are certain knowledge and skills requirement for various management system auditors depending upon the standard or the management system for which the auditors are approved. For example, 9001, 14001, 45,001, 22,000, 27,001, 50,001. Okay, so auditors must be aware of auditing principles, procedures, and methods. Normally, these procedures and methods are also driven by the certification body because they are following the norms of accreditation. So certification bodies also have their own procedures and methods. So the auditor, external auditor who is representing that certification body, he should be aware of the auditing procedures, and auditing principles are the general principles related to auditing, and he should be aware of the methods of auditing. When you're doing internal audit, so this procedure and methods represents your own internal procedures, internal auditing procedures, and also your operation and maintenance procedures with respect to that particular standards requirements. Auditor must be aware of the management system and the reference documents which are mentioned in that particular standard. Then one of the key requirement of all management system standards is organizational context, that is internal and external issues. So auditors must be able to understand the organizational context, that is the internal and external issues and the interested parties which are applicable for that particular organization. Auditors must also have good knowledge about the applicable legal and contractual requirements and other requirements which apply to the auditee or the company being audited, because legal requirements are quite vast. If you are talking about 9001, there are other requirements. If you are talking about 14,001, then there are different legal requirements. If you are talking about energy management system, then there are other legal requirements. So there is a vast list of legal and contractual requirements, especially the legal requirements which the auditor must be aware of. And these are basically national and international regulatory guidelines which are applicable for that particular industry or for that particular standard being audited. So this particular knowledge related to applicable legal and contractual requirements is very, very important for the auditor. So auditors have to be updated on all the applicable legal requirements which are valid for that organization, and also aware of because these legal requirements also keep on changing. Some amendments come, some new regulations come, some new orders are published, some notices come. These are published by various regulatory bodies. So auditors must be aware and updated on all these legal requirements. That is a prerequisite for the external auditors especially. And even for internal auditors, they must have adequate knowledge of applicable legal and contractual requirements which are applicable for their industry. Then auditors must have discipline and sector specific knowledge and skills of management system auditors. So discipline and sector specific knowledge and skills of management system auditors is also very important requirement. Next. Then in case audit is done by more than one auditor, so the leader of the team is known as lead auditor or team leader. So there are specific knowledge and skills which are required for audit team leaders also. So because audit team normally for big organizations when audit happens, so normally an audit team comes for the audit, and the leader of the team is known as auditor, lead auditor or audit team leader. So audit team leader should be able to balance the strength and weaknesses of individual audit team members, because when we have a team of individual audit, different individuals as an auditor, so there are again individual specific strengths and weaknesses of the auditors also. So lead auditor has to balance the strength and weaknesses of individual audit team members also. He has to ensure a harmonious working relationship amongst the various team members. Lead auditor does the audit planning, and he has to ensure effective use of auditing resources. And he also has to manage any uncertainty which comes up during the course of the audit or for achieving audit objectives. Then health and safety compliance of audit team members, because once you are visiting an organization, for example, a chemical plant, fertilizer plant, steel plant, so there are a lot of PPs to be used, and health and safety aspects also compliances are there. So you need to take care and ensure that those health and safety aspects of the audit team members and any legal requirements or compliances with respect to that, they are being taken care. Then lead auditor has to organize and direct the audit team members. Lead auditor also has to provide direction and guidance to the auditors in trainings. Sometimes trainee auditors are also there, or observers are also there. So he has to provide the direction and guidance to those persons also. So in case any conflict situation happens, the lead auditor has to resolve that also. And he's also representing the audit team because he himself is an auditor. And he has to lead the audit team to reach the audit conclusions. And finally, the completion of audit report or the client report is set by the lead auditor. So these are the responsibilities of team lead auditor, audit team lead auditor. Yeah, next. So some good practices for auditors are they introduce self and auditing, ensure that agenda is understood, they stick to the audit agenda, they keep control of the audit time, and basically monitor the time progression also. Avoid arguments. Sometimes arguments do come up during the course of the audit, so they have to avoid that. They listen to what the audit is explaining. They make records which are required as an auditor to keep, and they also remain polite, calm, and professional. So these are some good practices for the auditors. Next. So then finally audit review happens. So lead auditor, before conclusion of audit outcome, he does a private review when the audit is finished, review with the team members of the audit. And sometimes when the audit is multi-day audit, then interim or end of the day review as appropriate is also done with the auditees. Then review also includes verification of audit notes of the auditors and team members. And if you are using any checklist, then completeness of that checklist. Then studying the notes and comparing the notes of audit team, and finally listing down the non-conformities, if any, if they are in the system. So that is all part of audit review. So all these activities done before the closing meeting. Next. So auditors or lead auditor along with the audit team analyze the results. So review if the deficiency is an isolated error or a breakdown of the system. That means a non-conformance exists everywhere or it is an isolated case. The auditee is aware of the problem, and you also check whether the deficiency has been reported earlier also. So if the deficiency is reported earlier, then auditee should have taken root cause and corrective action adequately. So if the deficiency was there earlier also and auditee has not taken adequate action, so that means the process of doing root cause analysis and corrective actions is not effective in that organization. Next. So then a closing meeting is done by the lead auditor, and the other auditors are also present in that closing meeting. So they discuss and explain the findings which they have noted down. So internal, and then an agreement is done for closure of the non-conformities, and overall degree of conformity is stated, and auditors also mention about the positive points. So when you have three different type of audits, internal audit, second party audit, and third party audit. So the closing meeting in internal audits, because you are doing the internal audit, you are doing the closing meeting, or you are doing internal audit for your own processes. So this kind of meeting is normally informal meeting, and the focus is on the system improvement. But when this meeting is done for second party audit, because there is an agreement with the supplier, so sometimes if there are deficiencies or there are gaps which needs to be fixed, so even the contract can be at stake if the second party auditor, if the second party, that means the supplier is not following the system's requirements adequately. So that report can also be used as a future reference. And when there is a third party audit closing meeting is a more formal meeting, because auditors are external to your organization. And when they are reporting the findings, depending upon the type of audit, whether it is a stage 1 audit or initial certification audit or stage 2 audit or surveillance audit. So sometimes a certification process decision is also there, because if you have got major non-conformities, then your organization cannot be recommended for award of certificate. But if minor non-conformities are there, that means isolated labs, then you are given some reasonable time by the certification body to do the closure of those non-conformances by sending them the evidences and the corrective action plans as applicable. So, but closing meeting happens in all the three audits. Sometimes a closing meeting is missed out in internal audit, but it should always be done. As a good practice, your internal audit, because second party audit, third party audit, opening meeting and closing meeting always happens, but sometimes like this internal audit is informal, so companies or the company representatives don't do a formal opening and closing meeting. But it is always a good system to have a formal opening and closing meeting during internal audits, just to make it more comprehensive and more professional. Next. So normally non-conformance statement, if there is any non-conformity in the system, so non-conformity statement is raised both in all the three audits, that is first party audit, second party audit, and third party audit. So non-conformance statement is a statement which describes the non-conformity, describing what, that is the issue in question, that is the statement of non-conformity. Then you also have to explain why the statement is non-conformity. So you can refer to a particular requirement or clause or subclause of the standard. This is what the requirement states, and this is what is not being done, or this is what being done differently. So it is a non-conformity. And ultimately, you need to quote the objective evidence also. So there is a statement of non-conformity. There is a statement of requirement or the specific reference to the requirement, clause number or subclause, clause or subclause against which you are calling it as a non-conformity. So you have to mention that. And you also have to mention the objective evidence which supports the statements of non-conformity. Yeah, next slide. Just an example, you have to mention, say the system of recording the contract review result was not effective. So clause so and so, subclause so and so states this is a specific requirement, and the objective evidence so and so record was not available. So this is how you write down the non-conformity. Next. Finally, you get an audit report. So audit report, it has a prerequisite. So it includes the details, relevant details like auditors, contracts, scope, what is the overall outcome or conclusion, if there are any deficiencies, observations, supporting evidences, all these are mentioned in the report, and any follow-up details to be done. So that is also mentioned in the audit report. But normally such kind of information is excluded from the report. For example, confidential information, which is given by the auditees through interviews during the course of the audit, or any matter which was not raised or discussed at the closing meeting. Because in the report, you have to mention only those points related to non-conformity or deficiency or observation or opportunity for improvement, which you have mentioned in the or discussed with the client in the closing meeting. So you cannot raise any comment or non-conformity or deficiency which you had not informed the client and discussed in the closing meeting, because that is a wrong practice. So no confidential information in the report, no matter which is not discussed or raised in the closing meeting, and subjective opinions, no ambiguous statements or no antagonist words or phrases to be used in the audit report. So audit report has to focus on overall conclusion, audit findings, audit notes, auditors, contract, scope of the audit, details of the audit, when it was conducted, which all processes were covered, audit plan, any deficiencies, observations, non-conformances, supporting evidences, etc., and any follow-up to be done, follow-up details. Next. And in some cases, follow-up audit is also required. Let us say some major non-conformances or major issues are there. And even in internal audit, you can do a follow-up for verification of closure of the non-conformities raised. So verify that actions are implemented, ensure short-term and long-term effectiveness of those actions taken, record follow-up details and objective evidences in the follow-up, and also sign off any forms which are required, which are part of the audit report. Next. So now Praveen and team will take over and we can discuss any questions after this session. Yes.
Thank you, Atul sir. From now onwards, I am taking the slides onwards and followed by the Q&A session. So from my side, I'm very much thankful to Atul sir for providing the audience and me as well a full day training program to understand the requirement of the ISO 50001 standard as its compliance. Again, heartful thankful to Atul Suri sir for giving his valuable time, his expertise, and transferring his deep knowledge to us. Thank you, Atul sir. So now as per the slide, there is a registration process for the certification process. Everyone audience is seeing on the screen, right? Application, client sign up, stage 1, stage 2, special audit, right? Package review, certificate issue, surveillance 1, and recertification. So I'm just giving a brief brief details about it. When any organization is going for any of the ISO certification like 9001, 14001, or any of that, right? So initially, the organization had to fill an application in the certification body's format. Okay. After submitting this application will in this application, there are few details like name, site of the organization, scope of the organization, right? Certification details like that. So after filling these details, the client sign up is done. Client sign up is done. In this, you can say the technical code allotment and the commercial deciding for the certification. And after that, followed by the stage 1 audit. The stage 1 audit, in stage 1 audit, documentation review is done. Okay, so in what documentation is you can say reviewed whether it is meeting the ISO standard requirement or not. Okay, and post stage 1 and stage 2 are done during the initial year of the certification, that is year 1. Okay, followed by stage 1 audit. The organization will be having the stage 2 audit. Okay, and in stage 2 audit, implementation of the standard for which it is applied for the certification, right? That is taken care of, right? And in that case, once the stage 2 audit done and it's all NCs are being closed, right? The certification is awarded to the organization and it is valid for the 3 years. Okay. And after that, special audits, as you have seen in the slide, if required, or you can say follow up upon the non-conformance, right? If you can say in the organization, site is adding or changes in the scope, okay, then special audits conducted. Okay, then package review and issue the certificate, and certificate is provided to the you can say organization. And after that, post certificate issue during the subsequent year, you will be having a surveillance 1 audit, and after that, in year 3, you will be having a recertification. All right, and you can say that then surveillance audit and this can be done annually, or it can be done semi-annually, depending upon the requirement of the client, or you can say the customer. Right, Sagar, can we move on to next slide, please? Okay, so basically, in this you can see that we are providing a few services of certifications and internal audit training plans offered by Quality Asia Certification Private Limited. So we are offering certifications and internal audit training program for below standards like ISO 9001, it's quality management system. For ISO 14001, it is environment management system. For ISO 45001, it's occupational health and safety management system. And ISO 50001, it's energy management system. So as of now, we have conducted these internal auditor training programs, 9001 and 14001, 45001, 50001. And next month, we will be having ISO 27001 Information Security Management System Training Program. Post that, we will be having ISO 22000 Food Safety Management System Training Program. After that, we will be having ISO 13485 Medical Devices Quality Management System Training Program. And at last, we will be having ISO 26000 Social Accountability Management System Training Program. Right, Sagar, please move on to next slide, please. So about our accreditations at Quality Asia certification, we are having accreditations of IEF and NABCB. So at Quality Asia certification, our commitment to excellence is validated through its prestige accreditations. We are proud to be recognized by a leading national and international accreditation body, including NABCB, National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies, IEF accredited, ensuring the highest standards of quality and compliance. Our accreditations reflect our rigorous adherence to industry standards and our dedication to providing reliable and trustworthy certification services. These credentials are a treatment to our expertise and our unwavering commitment to delivering value to our clients. And also a proud BNI member, Business Network International. Yes, Sagar, please proceed to. So now I am very delighted to introduce our leadership team. First is Mr. Atul Suri sir, who has given training today's training ISO 50001. Everyone knows. He is a lead auditor and reviewer responsible for leading the team of auditors and establishing excellence in auditing operations. Mrs. Seema Suri ma'am, she is Director of Accreditations, responsible for maintaining accreditation status and heading audit review and certification decision process. Our Managing Director, Mr. Samar Suri sir, responsible for marketing, promotions, and ensuring right visibility of the certification body. Ms. Palak Ahuja ma'am, our General Manager, Certifications, responsible for heading and managing certifications and operations, ensuring the client success through certification. Sagar, please proceed to next. Thank you. Myself, Mr. Praveen Singh Negi, Business Development Head, responsible for heading sales team and ensuring customer acquisition in most ethical and right manner. Mr. Sagar Mohar, he is a certification head, responsible for heading team, responsible for scheduling, application review, audit review, certification decision, surveillances, and recertification. Also, we are having a big team of auditors who is responsible for conducting ethical and quality reach audits, enabling organization to understand and upgrade their systems and processes. And also, we are having a big team of executives who are responsible for managing the source behind the scene. Sagar, please proceed to next. Training, information and evaluation. After this training session, you will be getting a mail in which you will be provided with a training material, like it's PPT, and you will be getting a training evaluation link. It is a Google form link provided to you through the mail, by which mail you register yourself to this training session. And also training feedback is a part of the training evaluation form. I request all participants kindly to submit your valuable feedback. All right, Sagar, please proceed next. Let me introduce Quality ACI School and free training program updates. So we are having Quality ACI School. I'll after this slide, I'll show you the demo. Exploring the training program on various ISO standards. Then we are having a WhatsApp channel also, right? This is the WhatsApp channel link. Also, we are having the free internal audit training calendar that is uploaded in our website. I'll just showcase to you all as well after this slide completed. Sagar, can we move on to next, please? Right. You can also join us on the Instagram and LinkedIn. We are also having the LinkedIn and Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn profile. Quality Asia, we are having a YouTube channel as well. You can subscribe and like and share with your colleagues, or you can say the known person, so that this training awareness can be spread to the right person in a right manner. Sagar, can we proceed next? After this training, you will be getting a examination link. Okay, once you submit your questionnaires, and you will be qualifying. If you are getting a 50% marks in this examination, training examination, okay, you will be getting a certificate, and the certificate you will receive that will seems like this. Okay, so this is a certificate. In this, you will be having a certificate number like ISC 00447. Okay, and your name has been written standard by for which you are certified as an internal auditor, and conducted dates. Okay, and you can just check the authenticity of this certificate as well as on the website. So you can go to the search and go to the training certificate. Okay, and go to the internal audit training option, and you put here the certificate number, and just click on the search button. You will be getting credentials, or you can say you can details of the certificate, right? So it shows the authenticity of the certificate, and you can validate it through our website. Okay, as well you can go to the resources and see the training calendar. Okay, and you will be seeing the complete training schedules for our training programs. As of now, you can see that today is 24th November. Okay, and we have conducted a 50,001 energy management system training. So here is a registration link for that. Okay, and for the next, you can say in the September we have conducted 14,001, 22 September 2024, right? You can say in Sunday 20th October we have conducted ISO 45,001 training session. Okay, and in next month, December, 22 December, we will be providing ISO 22,000 food safety management training session. Okay, in January 26 January 2025, we will be providing ISO 27,000 information security management system training session. And in February 23rd 2025, we will be providing ISO 13485 medical device quality management system training, internal audit training program. And in March 23rd 2025, we will be providing ISO 26,000 social accountability management system internal auditor training program. So you can go to our website, you can go to the training, and you can just register yourself through these links provided here. Right. So we have a Quality Asia YouTube link channel. So you can access, you can go to this YouTube channel. You can just subscribe it. You can share with your friends, your colleagues. Okay, and you can also see the YouTube video links over here, right? Also, I would like to tell you that we are having a Quality ACI schools in our website. It is a LMS open school. Okay, those candidates who are, you can say, who unfortunately left out from the training session, or who didn't able to attend the training session due to their some urgent works. Okay, so you can go to our website Quality Asia, and go to the Quality Asia. It's LMS school, and you can access our YouTube videos over here. Okay, as you can see on the screen, free internal audit training session for ISO 14,000. You can just click on it, and you will be getting access to the training video for ISO 14001 internal audit training. So you can just click on the one and you can from here you can just access the training video and you can learn and you can understand the standards requirement and the training provided by our respected Atul Suri sir. Okay, and to the quick links, you can just get the training material, training PPT over here. Okay, you can download from here and you can, after that, you can just submit your certification exam over the certification exam link. And once you qualified minimum, or you can say the qualifying marks, you will be getting a certificate, okay, through the mail only. And also I would like to tell you that we are also having a WhatsApp group, okay, free ISO internal auditor training program WhatsApp group. And here you, if you subscribe this WhatsApp channel, you will be getting all updates like that. You can see that today only we have shared the training link also here. Okay, so it will be very you can say updated to you, and you will be having a registration link over here. Okay, so we are having any of the update regarding the training, we update on the all social media. You can say LinkedIn also, on the WhatsApp also as well, and on the website. So you can access all the related from these social medias. Okay. All right. So this is all from my side. Now I would like to start the training session. Sorry, I would like to start the question and answer sessions. Anybody who wants to ask any questions can raise hands or unmute yourself and ask the question.
Can you share the WhatsApp link in chat, please?
You will be getting all the links, LinkedIn link, YouTube link, and WhatsApp link in the mail only.
Okay.
Yes, you will be getting all the links.
So I want to ask one question.
Yes, please.
In clause 4.1 and
Yes.
in clause 4.2, list of interested parties there. In list of interested party, how employee are interested in energy management? Would you please explain?
Yes, please. I request Atul Suri sir to just give your insights to
implies interested
Please.
parties, because employees are responsible for operation and maintenance activities, because different electrical equipment, boiler, furnace, etc. So there are do's and don'ts, and there are specific targets also given by the management for optimizing the cost and ensuring proper compliance to the maintenance schedule, etc. So basically, employees are also part of that interested parties.
So organization is interested in employees.
So employees are also one of the interested parties as per ISO 50001, or for that matter, any management system.
Okay,
Because
okay.
employees
So,
also have certain responsibilities and obligations.
So, sir, organization
Okay,
is
because I'll tell you, I'll give an example.
yes.
If the operational and maintenance cost reduces or energy performance improves, so what will happen is bottom line of the organization, bottom line means profit of the organization will improve. So if profit of the organization improves, definitely the increments and those promotions and those kind of things of employees will also improve. So it can have a positive effect as well as negative effect, because if you are
For,
able
for,
to control
for
your O&M
organization.
costs.
So, sir, if we want to describe how we will how will we define that employee how is interested when we will make a list of interested party? How will we define?
See, that you have to define in your documentation, in your documented manual, and or whichever document you are describing your interested parties. Ki what are the
Yes.
roles and responsibilities of the employees with
Okay.
respect to this energy management system, that you have to define. See, all employees may not be directly involved, but yes, the segment of employees who are in production or who are in maintenance activities. See, finance person may say, okay, I'm not responsible for operation and maintenance, so why am an interested party? It is fine. But when we say employees, if you want to make it more specific, you can identify the employees of which which department? Those who are directly connected with O&M activities, operational and maintenance activities. But ultimately, if energy costs are controlled, then every employee, whether or not directly involved in those operation and maintenance activities, whether or not involved with energy related activities, but then there are roles and responsibilities of each and every employee. So even if I'm not an OMN employee and I'm sitting in the office and I'm, let us say, accounts or finance guy, I'm using electricity, I'm using air conditioner, I'm using HVAC, etc. So I have to use it responsibly so that I don't waste the energy and resources. So that way,
Okay.
I'm also interested party. So
Fine.
that way, every employee is an interested party. But yes, some employees, those who are directly involved in operation and maintenance activities or decision making or say representation, they have more responsibility compared to other employees.
Suppose, sir, I have to define in need and expectation of interested parties.
Mhm.
Then in interested parties, for employees, what we will write? What is the need? What is the need of employee or what is the need of organization with from employees?
No, not the need of employees. So what? Okay. So basically, you have to define, you have to write down what kind of energy management targets, objectives, and targets are given to those employees. See, if
Okay.
you want, you can write down more specific also.
Yes.
Okay, for say O&M related activities, these are the employees or the departments, not the employees department. Let us say maintenance department is there. Let us say production department is there, or all related departments. So these have direct responsibility for monitoring energy costs, because depending upon the size of the organization, energy monitoring is also a cost center, because depending upon the processes, depending upon the means the product range which you are in. So energy cost is also substantial cost. So
Okay.
those employees who are directly responsible, those departments who are directly responsible, they have one set of responsibility. But all employees of the organization, rather even the contractual employees also, they have the responsibility to properly use the energy and ensure that it is not wastage. For example, many organizations you find on the switchboard, please switch off light when not in use. Okay.
Okay.
So that comes, though it's a small part of their responsibility, but ultimately that is their responsibility.
So in need column, what we mention, sir, for employees? What we mention? Need and expectation. We need to prepare need and
So same thing
expectation.
which I'm explaining, that you have to write down in your own words, you have to explain it.
Means इंटरेस्टेड पार्टी में हमें लिखा सर जैसे एम्प्लॉइज
Hmm.
नीड वाले कॉलम में क्या लिखेंगे सर कि ये एनर्जी को मतलब डाउन करेंगे या फिर किस रिस्पेक्ट में लिखेंगे वो थोड़ा सा समटाइम्स मैं पूछना चाह रहा हूँ
नीड एंड एक्सपेक्टेशन में अगर तो लेट अस से कोई एनर्जी स्पेसिफिक टारगेट्स आर गिवन टू द डिपार्टमेंट, सो दैट यू कैन मेंशन.
हमने इसके लिए ही बनाना है ISO 15001 के लिए नीड एंड एक्सपेक्टेशन को लिखना है लिस्ट बनाना है तो उसमें एम्प्लॉइज के लिए क्या लिखेंगे
Employees का need and expectation, देखो, as an employee, there are two things. One is the need and expectation of employee, and another is need and expectation of the organization. Organization is more interested in controlling the energy cost. ठीक है? But at the same time, this cost cannot be, for example, if you are employee and you are sitting in the office. So what you are interested is in what, hello, echo is happening. So what you are interested is a comfortable work environment. कि
ओके
एनर्जी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम के लिए हम ऐसा तो नहीं कर सकते ना कि हम सारी लाइट्स बंद करके वहां बैठ के काम करें. सो दैट मीन्स द कंफर्ट लेवल, द लक्स लेवल विच इज रिक्वायर्ड. सो यू रिक्वायर्ड इल्यूमिनेशन ऑल्सो, you require basic air conditioning or heating or cooling as appropriate also. So that is your need and expectation as an employee. But at the same time, organization also has a need and expectation from you to reduce energy costs and to
यस
properly operate and maintain. So जब
तो
आप need and expectation of employees की बात करोगे, so you can write down कि we require a comfortable lux level and optimum heating or cooling as per the weather condition. So that is your need and expectation from the organization with respect to the energy management system. But at the same time, you can also write down, but because need and expectation cannot be one-sided. So you also have to reciprocate as an employee.
यस
So,
यस
but so you can write down, but at the same time, employees are also given or the departments are given एनर्जी कंजम्प depending upon the size of the organization, छोटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है या बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में ज्यादा प्रोमिनेंट हो जाता है, ज्यादा स्ट्रक्चर्ड हो जाता है। बट अगर आप प्योरली एम्प्लॉय पर्सपेक्टिव से देखोगे, सो यू वांट अ कंफर्टेबल इल्यूमिनेशन एंड कंफर्टेबल हीटिंग और कूलिंग एज पर द प्रिवेलेंट वेदर। ठीक है, आपकी तो ये नीड एक्सपेक्टेशन है एनर्जी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम से, कि एनर्जी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम इम्प्लीमेंट करते करते ऐसा ना हो कि इल्यूमिनेशन लेवल कम हो जाए या हमारा कंफर्ट लेवल कम हो जाए, बिकॉज अल्टीमेटली वी हैव टू वर्क।
Hello, sir. Narendrajit on this side. Can I add input in this point?
या श्योर।
Yeah. So from the employee side, when employees are expecting, or if organization is implementing like an energy management system, then employees, including sir explain whatever is the example, their comfort level, their appropriate light and all, everything, spacious area to maintain each and everything accordingly. But also their requirement is like a need and expectation is awareness about the policy, awareness about the training and all, what are their goals of the organization. All these requirements are employees expectations and needs and expectation like this.
Yeah,
Hello?
that is also, yeah, that also you
Yes,
can
sir,
mention.
we can add
yes.
this also. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. Because if organization is implementing, they must share their goals, their requirements, and
Policies.
how they will use. Yes, yes, sir. So that are there also. I mean, communication of all these points are employees' needs and expectation also.
Because when you are expected to follow certain protocols and procedures, then you must also be given certain guidelines. For example, equipment have got their own O&M manual, which are basically manufacturers' guidelines or manufacturers' recommendations. So need and expectation, yeah, very good example given, that you must also be apprised by the management or the organization about the policies, practices, objectives, good best practices, and most importantly, awareness and training. So how do you expect that you will conserve energy if you are not trained on that energy training aspects? So that is a very good example. Thanks.
Thank you, Atul Suri sir. And I hope the query has been solved to the best. Mr. Sunil Sharma, you have raised your hand. Kindly unmute yourself and speak up your query, please.
Yeah, so my query was, as you mentioned, like for lead auditor training program for 50,001, so it is very much necessary to have technical background. So what if someone doesn't have that technical background and got that certification? So what is the use of that certification for him?
Request
This
Atul
lead
Suri
auditor
sir.
course, this lead auditor course is basically required by the see, for becoming internal auditor, that lead auditor course is not required, but of course that lead auditor course is a very detailed program, which is a basically 40 hours training or 5 days training program. So but your question is ki if somebody is not a technical person,
Yeah.
definitely I agree with you, because specifically this particular standard ISO 50001 is requires technical input, technical information. Okay,
Correct.
because lot of utilities are required, electrical utilities, mechanical utilities, boilers, furnaces. So unless you are a technical person, though you can qualify, you can clear that exam, because that is basically, okay, it's a 5-day course and anybody can put in efforts and clear that course. But once, let us say you approach some certification body for technical codes, they will not qualify you as an internal, as a lead auditor if you are not a technical background person. So technical lead auditor course is a prerequisite, but it cannot replace the technical competence which is required for the auditing purpose. So technical knowledge or the subject knowledge qualification is a must.
So,
But
Mr.
yes,
Suri, my question was specific to this program which we are attending right now, including me and everyone over here, right? So, like as we have given our timing from like 9 to 5:30, right? So we want to know like what is the use of that certification which we'll be getting after clearing that exam from here.
see, this not only this internal auditor course, otherwise any other internal auditor course, basically that is a theoretical course. Okay, so to become a good, not only for this standard, I would say also about 9001 or 14001 or 45001, any standard food safety. See, qualifying an internal auditor exam is just like a small qualification, but ultimately you need to have subject knowledge. Otherwise, you cannot be a good auditor. It is very clear.
Right. So someone who is already working in an energy company, right,
Mhm.
and who has that kind of certification with him. Just I'm giving an example. If someone is non-technical, say I'm an HR guy, right? I'm
Mhm.
just going to that program, right?
Mhm.
And I might have that certification also after doing the exam, right?
Mhm.
What is the use for me when it comes to the getting that kind of
Okay.
certification?
See, there are two things. One is, of course, you cannot audit the technical part of it, but then there are other functions also. Because as I gave an example of lead auditor, the lead auditor basically is leading the team. He has to balance off between the qualification. So the word used was strength and weaknesses, but it is not actually strength and weaknesses. It is basically the competence qualification of various team members. So let us,
Right.
because audit team also comprises of technical and non-technical person both. But the basic requirement is that the core technical area or the core technical process has to be audited by a person who is having the relevant code allotted by the certification body. If it is an external audit. Let us say if it is an internal audit also, the same criteria can be used by the management representative or who is doing the audit planning. But at that time, because there are other processes also, it is not only the core process, which is the technical process, there are other functions also. For example, competence, that is training part is also there, procurement part is also there, management function is also there, objective setting, data objectives is also there. Okay, root cause correction, corrective action. So there are different clauses. So what you can do is the core technical area of the audit be in the, I'm taking the example of internal audit. So that can be given to person with a technical background, basically who has got some maintenance related experience, energy management experience, and other functions. For example, you are an HR guy and basically see, you can always add to your knowledge. As I gave an example that if you go through this website, Bureau of Energy website, so you will get lot of information, lot of inputs. But again, everybody may not be able to understand because that's a technical jugglery. Even in technical people also, somebody with mechanical and chemical background, they don't understand electrical terminology. Electrical people don't understand biology and furnace technology. So there are different things. Okay. So
Yeah.
even the technical codes are given based on the specific technical knowledge. So you can always plan that way. The non-technical functions can be audited by somebody with non-technical background, and technical portion of the audit can be audited by a technical person.
Can be a part of the lead auditor team when it comes to
Pardon?
the auditing non-technical functions.
Pardon?
So you mean to
Question.
say like anybody who is with non-technical background can be a part of lead auditing team when it comes to 50,001, but it has
Yes.
to be non-technical functions.
Yeah. But you can only audit the non-technical functions, support
Yeah.
functions.
Okay.
You can
Got you.
audit HR, you can audit purchase, you can audit procurement part, you can audit, let us say, MR functions, document control, you can
Got
audit objective setting, you can audit responsibilities, authorities, allocation, you can verify internal, external issues, interested parties. So some part which does not involve the core technical aspects, energy
Yeah.
review part. So you can leave that part, but you can audit other part. And
Got
sometimes
you.
we also learn by virtue of experience.
Absolutely. Correct.
Okay? But certification body will not qualify you if you are a non-technical person for this ISO 50001.
Okay.
Or for that
Cool.
matter, me also, if I'm not a technical expert of that particular area. Anybody?
Okay. All right. Fine. Thanks.
Yes, please. Next question.
Yes, next, anyone wants to ask any query related to today's training or any query from their side? Kindly raise your hand or you can unmute yourself. Sagar, in the meanwhile, you can shoot up the training evaluation link
Training
to the
evaluation
register.
link I have provided in the chat box, so
Okay.
people can take that evaluation. And I also sharing the training PPT and the other document which has been shown in the training by mail. So please wait for that.
All right, sir. All right, Sagar. Thank you. Thank you for sharing in the chat box, and kindly suit up the mail to the registered mail IDs.
If
Okay.
yes, if
Right. Okay.
you have completed the training, you can leave. If there is any query or question you want to ask.
Right, right, Sagar. So, Mr. Akhtar, Mr. Mohammad Javed Akhtar has raised the hand. Mr. Javed, you can unmute yourself and please speak up with your query.
Hi, good evening, sir. Sir, my
Good
question
evening.
is that when you are doing internal auditing for your own company, what should be considered in the audit checklist, sir? Actually, I was asked a question that what is the general audit checklist you need to consider while the doing on internal audit?
Right, right.
See, the
Okay.
general checklist is basically with respect to the standards requirements. So you can keep the standard with you, ISO 50001, and you can make your own checkpoints. And even if you Google it, ISO 50001 checklist, definitely you'll find some checklist. But it is always better to customize the checklist as per your processes.
Okay, thank you, sir. And second question is that, sir, in clause 8.3, procurement department. So, sir, as we are receiving the training, you said that we get some quotation from the 2 and 3 parties. Then we
Yes.
decide which is the lowest and
Normally it
beneficial.
happens.
Yeah, energy efficiency. I mean energy efficiency quotation. That after that we go with that. But what actually in the field is doing that? What is the lowest quotation getting the company that is actually considered by the company right now? So what should we do against that? How can we convince our management that this lowest quotation? I mean, like purchasing tools for the execution of your work. So how can we, I mean, convince our team that that will be actually harmful for the environment and all energy consumption?
See, again, it depends upon the organization policy because see as I gave an example, for example, you are ordering a air conditioner for the office, indoor air conditioner or window air conditioner for the office. Now, in window air conditioner come from star 1 rating, because it's part of mandatory. Even if you in your home or office, if you check the nameplate of recently bought air conditioner, no? So there is a sticker. So that sticker has got 5 stars, overall 5 stars, but 1 or 2 or 5 depending upon the star rating, they are red colored. So that basically denotes the star rating of the air conditioner. Fine. So if you buy a 5-star rated air conditioner, definitely it is an energy saving compared to 1 star or 2 star, but it will cost more also. Okay. So what you can do is basically it is more like a return on investment kind of thing, because anything you invest upon, basically if saves energy, then you have to see what is the usage. For example, that particular air conditioner, let us say it costs 10,000 rupees extra vis-a-vis a 1-star rated transformer. But what is the expected life of that what is the expected life of that air conditioner? For example, let us say 10 years, let us say 5 years, that AC will work for 5 years, 7 years. What is the usage? You are using it for say 6 months. What is the daily usage? Let us say you are using it for 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, 8 hours. So 8 hours into 25 working days, that means how much? Kitna ho gaya? 200, 8 into 25, 200. 200 into 6, 1200. Now 1200 hours that AC is running. Okay? What is the energy consumption difference? So you have to ask for the technical specifications. What energy that 1-star AC will draw at what energy that 5-star AC will draw. Definitely there'll be some difference. So how many unit difference is there? Energy consumption. Then you convert into energy cost, because there is a cost of energy also per kilowatt cost. So then you have to demonstrate to the management, okay, this AC is running 1200 hours in a year. Energy cost is this much. So we save, let us say 2000 rupees or 3000 rupees in one season. So our cost is recovered in 3 seasons. But the AC life is 7 seasons, 7 years. So another 4 years we are saving it. So that type of calculation you have to always do to convince the management ki it's not always the L1 which is good. It is more of the energy efficiency. Plus, in case your your organization is going for ISO 50001 certification, and if you are not meeting this energy efficiency norms, then you'll get a major non-conformity, and your organization will not be recommended for award of certificate. So either you are going for certification or not, that is the management call. But if you are going for energy, this ISO 50001 certification, then you means management or the organization has to demonstrate that while procuring energy efficient, while procuring the equipment or devices, we are giving consideration to energy efficiency also. It is not key always you have to buy 5-star energy rated. You can also buy a 4-star also, 3-star also, but you should have a proper justification. Cost versus benefit analysis that you have to demonstrate.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Same is the case with energy efficient motors also. Energy efficient motors have got 4-5% more efficiency, but they also cost little bit more. So then ultimately to any management, you have to convert these metrics into the energy cost or energy saving. Then only you can convince management. किसी भी management को पैसे की terms में convince करना बहुत आसान होता है. So that is applicable for energy management system also. Otherwise,
Nice.
if you always follow L1, then L1 specification is bound to be the least energy efficient. And with that least energy efficient equipment and device, you are neither saving the environment nor you are going to be recommended for ISO 50001 certification.
Right. And sir, another thing, sir, Energy Building Conservative Act 2018, you are highlighting that time. Actually, I got little glitch. Could you please, sir, highlight, could you please repeat that for me, that you are saying that 100, if your building is using 100 kilowatt,
Yes,
gigawatt,
yeah.
sorry,
So Energy Conservation Building Code, basically Energy Conservation Act 2001 is the legal requirement which is applicable
right,
for energy management system. So under
right,
that,
sir.
there is a mandatory energy audit for high energy consuming industries, for example, aluminium, chloralkali, this fertilizer, chemical plants, big chemical plants, etc., etc. Okay, so they have to get their premises energy audited by accredited energy auditor. And accredited energy auditor is one step further ahead of certified energy auditor. So if you see the data bank of energy accredited auditor, not even 200 people are accredited by this Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So that is a competence related requirement, and only Bureau of Energy Efficiency is controlling it. So it's not key. You may have the necessary competence, but if you are not accredited by Bureau of Energy Efficiency, then your report will not be accepted. Fine. So that is one part for very big industries. Those basically drawing, let us say, energy in megawatts, and their contract demand is also in 10,000, 50, 20,000 kV, etc. Now coming specifically to the building, so there is a energy building code regulation also 2018. So as per that regulation, any new building, because it cannot be for old building. Let us say your building is 20 years old. So what you can do, and then you don't need any approvals also. But as per that, any new building which is having a connected load of 100 kilowatt or 120 kVA contract demand. Okay. In that case, that particular regulation becomes applicable for you. And as per that regulation, so your lighting system, your energy system, your basically all the core activities, that becomes binding on you. So that is known as Energy Conservation Building Code 2018. So you can also download it from Google. You can just Google it, Energy Conservation Building Code Rules 2008. So you can download free of cost. तो उसमें हिंदी में भी लिखा हुआ है, इंग्लिश में भी लिखा हुआ है. So you can read the English वाला part, and then you will understand what is the legal requirement which is applicable. So that is basically for the approval of that building, because without following those norms, the building will not get the approval for starting commercial operations. That is applicable for commercial buildings.
Okay. As a plant like grasim, which is mine, also will be considered in this act, right, sir?
Yeah.
which is
Grasim,
producing.
Grasim has got big plants, and I'm sure Grasim must be because Bureau of Energy Efficiency, they are also having National Energy Conservation Awards, annual awards for different category of industries, small industries, medium industries, large industries. So probably I have seen also some presentation of Grasim some time back, because in your you are from Grasim.
No, sir. I'm actually working with Siemens, sir.
Acha, Siemens. Okay. Siemens to basically is expert in automation systems. They are basically energy management systems. So
Right,
plant
sir.
like Grasim, basically they take energy saving initiatives, and then they compete in some national awards also for energy conservation awards. So I have seen there some presentation also, but long back. So what, and because energy efficiency measures can be taken in process also, process improvement. So a lot of initiatives are taken, and then a lot of data they are collating, and they're putting up in the public domain also, because they are sharing that information with Bureau of Energy Efficiency.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the guidance, sir.
Thank you. Yes, please. Next.
Hello.
Yeah, my question is that
Hello.
which are the bodies? Hello, am I
Hello.
audible, sir?
Yes, please.
Uh, which are the bodies who conduct the energy review or energy audit for a small company, manufacturing companies, because their internal system is not that much capable of doing all this.
See, Quality Asia is also doing energy audits, but there are many that you will find in the market. So basically what they do is they have a questionnaire. So they get some preliminary information from your organization, what kind of devices, equipment, or the energy consuming devices or equipment you have. Because ultimately measurements have to be made, because one of the slides you must have seen, energy auditing instruments are there, lot many instruments are there. So these instruments are used depending upon the scope of the energy audit, and lot of measurements are done, and based on the analysis of those measurements, some recommendations are there, some recommendations are given along with the payback period also. Because let us say we ask you to replace a conventional motor with an energy efficient motor, so there is a replacement cost also. But how many hours that motor is run, and in how many days or months or years that additional cost will be recovered, so that is all part of the energy audit report. So yes, Quality Asia is also doing energy audit. You can talk to Praveen also.
Yeah.
Not an issue.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Next, Mr. Shyam Singh ji raise hand.
हाँ हाँ सर, मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि भाई ISO 15001 मैंडेटरी है किसी इंडस्ट्री के लिए पर्टिकुलर लेना कि ये वॉलंटरी है?
अभी तक तो वॉलेंट्री है, बट अगर किसी कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल रिक्वायरमेंट में लिखा होगा देन यू हैव टू फॉलो दैट, बट एज ऑफ नाउ इट इज वॉलेंट्री. देखो, फॉर दैट मैटर, कोई भी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम, चाहे वो 9001 हो, 14001 हो, कोई भी मैंडेटरी नहीं होता. मैंडेटरी वो तब होता है जब किसी कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल एग्रीमेंट का पार्ट होता है, या किसी टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट की रिक्वायरमेंट होती है. अदरवाइज दीज आर ऑल वॉलेंट्री स्टैंडर्ड्स, एंड नॉर्मली ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सर्टिफाई कराती है खुद को, या तो मार्केटिंग पर्सपेक्टिव से या प्रोसेस इंप्रूवमेंट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से. सो इट डिपेंड्स अपॉन कि व्हाट इज द विजन ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. बट यस, डेफिनेटली इफ यू इम्प्लीमेंट even without certification, the good practices of any management system can be well implemented in the organization. So it depends upon ki why the organization wants certification. So as of now, nothing is mandatory. No management system is mandatory. But if you apply for the certification, then you have to follow all the regulations, applicable regulations which are mentioned in the standard, as well as all the documentation and record keeping requirement of the standard.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Next, Deepti Pant, can you unmute yourself and please speak up with your query? Deepti Pant, please. Deepti Pant, please speak up with your query. We are not able to hear you.
Mr. Solanki is asking something.
Sir, I think he has asked his queries already, sir. He has.
Okay.
Yeah, my
Yes.
query has been already answered, sir. Thank you very much.
Am I audible?
Thank you.
Yes, Deepthi, you are audible.
Yeah.
Please speak
Hi.
up loud.
So I had FICCI, yeah. So I had FICCI Confederation of MSMEs, and I would like to know that what is the benefit that SMEs can have through these certifications,
ISO
especially the
50001.
SMEs in the manufacturing sector.
You're talking about certification, ISO 50001 certification, the benefits.
Yeah, for small and medium enterprises.
See, one of the biggest benefit is by the implementation of the system, because you are already heading this division of SMEs in FICCI. So you understand the benefits of energy conservation and energy efficiency. So basically it improves
Yeah.
the bottom line of the organization. But sometimes there are certain subsidy schemes also. So I don't know exactly if that is applicable right now for 50,001 also or not. But yes, government departments sometimes do give some incentives or some subsidy, and even for buying some energy efficient equipment also. So basically, what
Okay.
for that, because I'm not a specialist on that MSME schemes, but yes, definitely we get some reminders or some messages from from government departments also, that there is some budgetary allocation for MSME also with respect to adoption of energy efficient technologies. So that energy efficient technology, if it is made part of ISO 50001 implementation, then definitely it can be helped. So maybe the government website can provide you more specific details.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone from audience can raise hand and speak up with your query, ask query related to today's training, and or maybe from your currently working professionals. So I think no one is having any query more. So okay, so officially I am just closing this training session right now. And again, I'm thanking you, Atul Suri sir, for his valuable time, his expertise, his transferring great knowledge to all of us audience as me as well. Thank you, Atul sir.
Okay, welcome.
So I request all participants kindly check your mail. I'll just share with you one thing because I already received the mail. Mr. Sagar, can you acknowledge? Are you able to see me or see?
Yes. Your
Thank
screen
you.
is visible.
Thank you, Sagar. So, dear audience, you can check your mail because Sagar has already suited up the mail and I have already received. So in this way, you will be receiving a mail. Okay, thank you for your active participation in the recent ISO 50001 2018 internal audit training. Okay, so you will be getting a training evaluation link. Okay, in this it is a Google form link. You can submit your training evaluation here. Okay, after that you will be having a free internal auditor training calendar that I already shown to you. It is a kind of this. Okay. So you can save it or you can save this link as well. Then you will be having a WhatsApp channel that I already have been shown to you. Okay. It is a WhatsApp channel, then you can just subscribe it. Then you can be having updates over here. Okay. So it is already, the link is already shared with you on mail. So this is the WhatsApp channel. Just subscribe this WhatsApp channel for the latest updates regarding the training programs. Okay. Then you can connect Quality Asia on Instagram and LinkedIn. So these are the LinkedIn and Instagram, you can say link. You can also connect it with us on this. Okay. And at last, you can have a Quality Asia school. Okay. I already shown you. This is a just a second. This is Quality Asia school. Okay. You will be accessing the all recorded trainings for 14,001 training. Okay. And here you will be getting training material as well and certification examination link. All right. And yes, and also you can reach Quality Asia on YouTube link or channel. Okay. And you can just subscribe it for more updates. Subscribe, share, and reach us on YouTube link. Okay. And also kindly check we have forwarded you the training PPT as well on the registered mail ID. I have already received. So I request all participants to kindly check and confirm.
In the same mail, you will be that PPT is attached. So if the mail is received, the PPT is in that mail. You can find it in the attachment. So please confirm if someone who didn't receive the mail, kindly put your mail ID in the chat box so we can provide the same.
You can see in the same mail, I'll be getting a link, training PPT link and the tips for energy conservation industries. Okay, you can see these two attachments over here. So I have already received. The Sagar has received the mail. I have received. You also have been received. Kindly check and confirm. And those who have been received, kindly submit your training examination questions as earliest. Okay. You can stay on the link and submit your exam, or you can leave the link and then submit the exam. The wish is up to you.